This year's premier speed chess event has delivered. For 8 years, only 2 players have ever claimed the speed chess championship.
Oh, he mouse slipped! He mouse slipped! Oh, 47! And it's the match!
This time around, 8 remain, fighting for a chance at the coveted title. Each of them has one match between them and a ticket to Paris for our first ever live finals. Through 3 blistering time controls, only the strongest
He mouse slipped!
and the quickest
Oh my god, he lost no time!
will survive.
Amazing game.
Don't blink.
Oh, but they drew!
Remember to breathe.
Oh, what a fake! Oh!
Quarterfinals of the 2024 Speed Chess Championship begin right now.
This is the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, and this is our last quarter-final matchup to decide who will be the 4th person in Paris, joining the other 3 players and joining myself, Danny Wrench, alongside Grandmaster Robert Hess, because we're in here today. We're going to be there in Paris. Robert, are you pumped for Nakamura versus Nepomniachtchi?
How could you not be pumped for this matchup? You've got Hikaru Nakamura, the 5-time SCC champion. You've got Jan Nepomniachtchi, man, you know, who's done that little thing like winning 2 candidates tournaments in a row, and he seems to bring his A game in some of these marquee matchups. So, Danny, of course I'm pumped, and I'm ready to see our 4th and final contestant heading to Paris.
He's also been doing little things in over-the-board blitz lately. Jan Nepomniachtchi on a bit of a roll right now. Robert and I are going to talk about all that and more as we preview this matchup. But before we do, there is your snapshot of the bracket. You know it. You love it. You've been following the event the whole time on the edge of your seat on the left side. We don't even need to talk about what Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann is going to bring. The whole world is talking about it. Just go anywhere and see the buzz. But Alireza Firouzja, Robert, is waiting for his opponent, Nakamura or Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, and I think many people, they think of it as a foregone conclusion that when the SCC rolls around, it's going to be Hikaru and Magnus. But Jan Nepomniachtchi will have something to say about this. This is not a walkover by no means. And Jan, he's a very dangerous player. That much is obvious, Danny. But I think sometimes people underestimate players like Jan when they take on opponents like Hikaru.
Well, Magnus Carlsen might have been underestimating Jan. I'm sorry, I have to bring that up, right? You had an interview with Magnus yesterday where I think semi-jokingly, but basically acknowledging that Hikaru has only lost to one man in the Speed Chess Championship. That man is Magnus Carlsen. And so Magnus is like, I think Hikaru is a 95% favorite, which is even higher than what Smarter Chess has. We'll get to that in a little bit. But as you look at their record, Robert, these guys have played a lot of chess together. What sticks out most to you from our scorecard here?
Well, there are a lot of wins for Hikaru. I think that much is very obvious. 170 to his name. They played the candidates. I think that goes to show how strong these 2 players are currently. This isn't just historic data. They are still at the top of the chess world. Hikaru number 2 in classical, Jan at number 5, but that changes all the time. So I love to see this record. It makes sense. Hikaru is the dominant force, but Jan, he has many wins to his own name there, as we just saw.
Yeah, and the last time they faced, that was one of the quick lines there, a lot to take in. Robert highlighted maybe the most obvious stat, which is that Hikaru has a lot of wins. But the last time they faced off against each other in the SCC was in 2019, and it was in a semi-final matchup. Today's a quarterfinal battle, but Jan made it to the semis against Hikaru. It did not go well for him ultimately because Hikaru got out to such a hot start in the 5-1 portion. Robert, what do you remember about this match, and what would you highlight about it?
Well, I would say that Jan's blessing is sometimes his curse. He's very streaky. He can go on an absolute tear, but he can also get off to slow starts. We see back in 2019, Hikaru jumped to a 6-3 in terms of wins, +3 for Hikaru in the 5+1 portion. And actually in the round of 16, Danny, Jan was down 4-0 to Nordierbeck. He did storm back, but you cannot afford that against Hikaru.
Yeah, going down 0-4 would not be how Jan Nepomniachtchi drew this up. And as you could see from that scoreboard we had up a moment ago, or the scorecard from their 2019 semifinals matchup, it was a wire-to-wire victory for Hikaru because Hikaru got out to a hot start. So if anything like that repeats itself today, with Hikaru leading in the 5-1 portion and or Jan starting out slowly, as Robert just highlighted, the 0-4 start versus Nordierbeck, it could be tough. And Magnus Carlsen's prediction that Hikaru is a very big favorite could prove true. Let's talk more about the speed chess titan known as Hikaru Nakamura and why Magnus Carlsen sees him as the favorite that he is. He's a 5-time SCC champion, Robert. He has only lost to Magnus Carlsen in the format. 4-time bullet chess champion. what else do you say about facing off against a guy like this in the SCC?
Well, when his numbers, they speak for themselves. He's 30-3 overall record. That is absolutely nuts. This is not just, Hikaru beats some random player every now and then. He is beating the best of the best, and he often makes it look lopsided. So Hikaru has beaten Wesley and Fabi and MVL. You name it, he's taken them down, including Magnus Carlsen. So I think we just talk about the history of this event. It's an illustrious history for Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, it's kind of become his staple. Winning in this event is a thing you almost circle on the calendar. Again, except against Magnus. And of course, Magnus is the reigning SCC champion. Hikaru knows that, even though he beat Carlsen in 2022. That was not the case last year. But right now, Magnus and Hikaru aren't thinking about playing each other. Hikaru's thinking about playing Jan Nepomniachtchi. Let's talk about this guy. I'm going to say he is not a 5% underdog, as Magnus called it. Maybe Smarter Chess isn't right. We're going to get to it. But I think Jan has his chances today for sure. You highlighted that he's a streaky player. He's the kind of player who can get the job done when it matters most. We see he has won many big events in his career.
And I'm going to circle the last name on the SCC wins, Ding Liren. And the reason why is not because he's the world chess champion. It's because Ding almost took down Hikaru. That was one of the closest matchups, the most exciting matchups in Speed Chess Championship history. And Jan Nepomniachtchi has defeated Ding. So let's not take for granted that Jan, he's just here, happy to be in the quarters. No, he is 5-6 overall. He's had some hard-fought battles, including against Hikaru back in 2019. So Jan, if things can go his way at the start of this match, I really do believe he has a shot.
I think I agree with you. I think if he gets off to a hot start, that's his MO. He can be streaky, and Hikaru and Magnus, we've talked about that. They win a lot of these events, but they also don't get punched in the mouth that often. I think when people put them on their back heels, there's always the potential for an upset. So will Young get off to a hot start and be able to do that? Let's take a look at our Smarter Chess predictions, as we're now only a couple minutes away from the first move. Robert, we've got a very similar, percentage-wise anyway, prediction as compared to Magnus Carlsen, who was a 64% favorite to 36% over Arjun Erigaisi yesterday. Hikaru was 65% to 35% according to Smarter Chess.
Yeah, I'm not buying that. I think Hikaru is at 80+%, and the reason why is the history in the Speed Chess Championships, not just about the ratings. Hikaru has shown he's a dominant force, and as I look at those predictions, it was 4.5, 2.5 in Hikaru's favor in the 5+1. If Jan wants a chance, he can't allow that. He needs to flip that script and have 4.5 to his name to Hikaru's 2.5.
The last time they faced off in 2019, for those just joining, it was 6-3 in Hikaru's favor after the 5-1 portion. So totally agree. It can't be 6-3. It can't be 4.5, 2.5 Hikaru. It has to be something else for Jan Nepomniachtchi to get the job done. We've talked a lot about Hikaru and Magnus today, partly because of Magnus's prediction about Hikaru being the favorite, partly because that's what you do. But let's remind everybody right before the first moves are made as to why everyone talks about those two guys, because they're the only two who have ever won this event. When will that change, Robert? When will someone else get an SCC title?
It could be this year, and it could be the likes of Alireza Firouzja. I mean, that kid, now a man, I guess. He is the bullet chess champion. He defeated Magnus twice in a day in rapid chess throughout the Champions Chess Tour. So I see Magnus, I see Hikaru, I see Magnus again. I'm not saying that they're not the overall favorites to win this kind of competition. And as you see Hikaru on screen here, he's just waiting for the moves to get underway. But Danny, I think that this could be the start of the turn of the tide, and another player could be crowned if things go against Hikaru and Magnus.
It's fair. It's going to happen at some point. At some point, Magnus or Hikaru are not going to win this event. Right now, Hikaru just wants to beat Jan Nepomniachtchi. This is his first time playing Jan Nepomniachtchi in the slightly faster format. Let's remind everybody that we still have the 3 different time controls, 5+1, 3+1, 1+1, but this year's event has only 75 minutes, followed by 50 minutes, and then 25 before we get to Paris. In Paris, we will be back to the full 90-minute allotment, if you will, in terms of the traditional SCC, where we give these guys extra time for at least a couple more games. Not a lot of time to make a comeback if you fall behind, whether you're Jan Nepomniachtchi or Hikaru in the bullet portion, Robert.
Yes, and we just want to circle that +1. That increment is really important because most ratings on Chess.com, they are obtained by time controls without increment. So you see Hikaru and Jan, they're getting set. The first move's about to get underway. And I think that increment, Danny, it typically helps the higher rated player. When you're talking about Hikaru and Jan, top 5 players in the world, there's very little that separates them in classical chess. So there really isn't a higher rated player over the board. I just think that +1, it typically helps that player, the player who's a bit slower. In this case, we have 2 speed demons.
Yeah, I agree. And we've seen players who don't play a lot of bullet perform well in 1+1 because of that increment, kind of the great equalizer, as we've said. It ensures that the moves on the board, not just the mouse speed, will count toward the end. But all right, it's time for us to get going. Everyone's on the edge of their seat. We see you, fans. Thank you for being here. We are going to decide who the 4th and final person is in Paris at the end of today. Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Not a lot of light hitting Jan Nepomniachtchi's face right now. I don't know what to say about that. Can we get the guy a lamp? I don't know.
Well, I think that, Hello Darkness, his old friend, he is just going to try to, use all of his might over the board, and maybe it could help him. Hikaru can't read his facial expressions because nobody can see them at the moment. And we are off. We see that the opening is one that's played, Danny. No knight development. The knight's still on B1 here. So both players just castling as quickly as possible. And there's Jan Nepomniachtchi striking in the center, trying to blow this whole thing up.
He does indeed strike in the center. We saw Hikaru lean in to be like, am I actually playing Jan there? Was this a faceless man? But a little bit of light shine now on the edge of Nepomniachtchi's face. But okay, back to the chessboard. Both guys playing very quickly here. An open center in this Queen's Gambit, whatever you want to call it, declined, become exchanged, open center. Your thoughts on what we got here?
Well, I think I like the name of it. He declined, turned, accepted. That's what it is, and I love this.
I didn't know what else to call it. Yeah,
well, I don't either, but I do know I love this A5 decision because sometimes players they don't think before they move. They're like, that knight belongs on D7. Let's just develop it. No, that pawn was on B4. It was extended quite far. Let's try to create some targets to go after. This A3 pawn now is in black sights. Black has completed development, and actually, Denny, look at this. We see that suddenly the engine prefers black, and I believe the reason... Oh my goodness, I wasn't going to say rook there. I thought the queen and rook would line up against A3, but Danny, you have to love the ambitious play from Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, the rook is on H5 right now, and there's no open lines against the white king. You've got that bishop on B7 hitting the knight on F3. Watch out for immediate tactics. I know it's crazy, Robert, but moves like queen to C7 are immediately on the agenda, hitting the bishop on C4 and then overwhelming the queen on E2 potentially because it also hits the H2 pawn.
Well, Danny, bishop takes F3 might be available here. He goes queen B8, but I think we have to analyze that really quickly if we can. You called it. Yeah. It was a missed shot there by Jan Nepomniachtchi. So I'm going to take us back. Bishop takes F3. The point is that H2 is now not defended. And if you go queen takes F3, queen C7. The knight protects the rook, so that's not loose. The queen hits the bishop. It also hits the pawn on H2. And that at least wins a pawn with a huge attack.
It's a basic tactic when I spotted as quickly as I did. I'm surprised Jan played so quickly to rook D1. I mean, it's exactly what the idea was of rook H5, right? I mean, this was a potential huge advantage on the board. By the way, just back up, Hikaru would have been forced to take with the pawn on F3, I think, instead of queen takes, which would have left the king open. So this was probably the best line for Hikaru, but still Jan should have gone for this.
Because if we go to the game continuation, look what Jan has lined up. In this dynamic, the best he wants is to take on F3 at some point. But White has brought that other knight back to D2. So the knight on F3 has gained another defender. I'm not saying that Black is in trouble. I think Jan has a perfectly healthy position, despite the fact that the rook is on H6. That is weird placement. Some of these positions, if you just take the queens off the board, Danny, Black could be in trouble because that rook isn't getting back into the game very easily. But with queens on the board, Jan is counting on some attacking chances and some hopes against that white king.
Well, now I'm wondering if he can count on some chances on the light squares. He didn't play bishop A6, which I thought might have been an interesting move there to hit the D3 square, but okay. He plays knight A4. This is a unique position, Robert. How often do you see a rook on H6 in a spot like this? The queen and bishop battery on that long diagonal. So I agree, still anyone's game, but kind of odd. And sometimes what happens when you have unique piece placements, Robert, even for the best players, is blunders, because that's how weird tactics can occur, right? Your pieces are on squares. Pattern recognition is not always there. This is a blunderable position, I feel, with a lot of loose pieces on both sides of the board.
Yeah, this knight on a4 only has the queen as a defender. White could misstep if he gets overly ambitious. And now there's an attempt to get into this c3 square, but to what? What is that such a good idea? I mean, it's getting active. That's the good news. But Danny, I just don't see the targets that Black is going after. So a3, that earlier in the game is something I mentioned, but you don't really want to take a pawn, even if you can, when your queen is at the other line of a rook on a1.
Yeah. Agreed. Well, Hikaru decides whether the knight goes to c3 or not. He doesn't want it to be with tempo on the first lady, so she backs up to e1. I like that move. It's kind of a asking Black what's next sort of move. That white knight on d2, Robert, can come to e4 in a moment's notice. That rook on h6 is looking more misplaced.
Yeah, that rook honestly belongs on the A file now, and it was good trying to set up an attack, but now it does defend this HM pawn, which actually is invulnerable, and otherwise it's just sitting here doing kind of nothing. So I think it's time, Danny, for Hikaru to get active. We see that he is a bit cramped with his pieces. Maybe knight c4 now makes a lot of sense. The knight on d5 would love to get out of the way of this bishop and queen, but the knight can't move because b6 would drop, and that would be a fork.
I love knight c4. You called it. He played it. It's explosive. There we go. e4 could be next. Not anymore. The knight is hanging. But if that knight on d5 goes, the b6 pawn is hanging. That's my point. And so, yeah, exactly. The white knight is threatening a fork. I like this move, knight fd2 by Hikaru, and I like that he played it quickly, too.
And I think this is a good example of one of Hikaru's main strengths. People think that Hikaru is just this tactical, aggressive player. He was when he was a kid. When he was very young, he really went all out in King's Indians from the black side, throwing his pieces at his opponent. He has some of the nicest wins in chess history, like against Boris Gelfand. But Hikaru has changed his style quite a lot. He likes these slower maneuvering positions where quite often he can outclass his opponents. Outclassing Jan Nepomniachtchi, that may be a different story. But that maneuvering type of style, when he gets to play very quickly and use the clock as a weapon, the 17th piece, as James Canty likes to call it, that typically works in his favor. But Danny, after this move, rook d8, it's Jan who suddenly is in the lead on the clock. Hikaru sitting, thinking, he's wondering if this bishop on d4 could be in a line of fire. Knight f4 at some moment is in the air.
Yeah, knight f4 threatens a checkmate on g2. Just, real quick memo. And I wonder if that's even a possibility now. It would be super loose, though, as well, because you don't have to take the knight. You can guard checkmate. And then there's other problems. Okay, Jan plays a safe move. Bishop f8, guards g7. Computer doesn't like it, though. Maybe just because b6 is hanging.
Yeah, I think that pawn can just be captured. White is going up a pawn here, and the rook on h6 is still offside. We do not like that rook. We have not liked that rook. So take a pawn, and then Jan has to prove compensation that he doesn't really have.
It's so weird. He played this idea of rook h5, had the opportunity on the board. The blunder was made by Hikaru, and he didn't go for it. And now we're unpacking this line I see on the Chess.com score sheet 15 moves later. The only opportunity Jan had was when Hikaru blundered rook fd1. Okay, but wait. Now maybe there's some compensation on the light squares here. The a3 pawn's still very weak, even though Hikaru won b6.
Yes, that a3 pawn, that's the extra one, but it's in Black's line of fire. The rook comes back to protect it. Don't forget about your bishop here. Oh, he does, because Danny, he was going for the white king. So these trades, even though White's up material, Black has more fun because of some of the activity.
Yeah, and Black has more time as well. It's not huge, but it is something, and you never want to be down on time against Hikaru, right? So Jan starting off well in terms of the narrative that don't get down on the clock against Nakamura. Operation don't lose on time against Hikaru has commenced.
I think that's a pretty reasonable operation. This bishop on f5 was attacking this pawn on h3. The g2 pawn was pinned a moment ago. That's why the king stepped in the corner. Now, this bishop cannot get trapped very easily, at least not yet. e4 was away, but the bishop on d4 was loose, and g4, that's way too risky. So rook goes back to h6. Danny, the computer, the engine, it doesn't love it. I think it's a perfectly reasonable move, even though Jan made some faces there. Bishop takes h3 is something that Hikaru has to be alert to.
Yeah, bishop takes h3 seems super scary. You couldn't play e4 because the bishop was hanging on d4, which made me wonder if there was some bishop b6 e4 idea. But I wouldn't be inviting bishop takes h3 either if I was Hikaru. That just feels super scary. But okay.
Yeah, I mean, these positions are not easy to figure out. I think that for black, you just want to continue getting active here and going after the white king. And queen d5 is a really nice move, centralizing the queen. e5 becomes a threat. And you also stop white from playing e4 so easily because the
Yeah.
bishop on d4 is loose over here. So I'm liking black's position. I'm also liking black's clock. Danny, we know how fast Hikaru is. He's a 4-time bullet chess champion. But right now, he is down about 15 seconds.
Agreed. And white's pieces feel super loose, right? The knight on d2 can't move because the rook on b3 is there. But if you don't move the knight on d2, then e5 is coming, as you pointed out. That bishop is kind of pinned to the battery that the queen and rook have. So Hikaru figures out positions like this, for a living, but this feels super loose for white.
Does he really only have 20 seconds now? I mean, he was close to equal on the clock, but now he's in severe time trouble. He blunders as soon as, he sits in for a deep thing, long think, wrong think, and here it seems like black has the upper hand, and it has to be bishop takes h3.
Oh, and he goes for it. Here we go. Fireworks on the board. Game 1. Welcome to the SCC, boys and girls. This is Jan Nepomniachtchi's. This is the script. Jan has to start out well against Hikaru to have a chance today, and if he gets a win with black, you can't start better than that.
And that, I think, may be what Hikaru overlooked, that he stopped the first wave of attack. The knight covered h2, but here comes the rook to d5. Now after f4, you stop rook g5, but you invite the queen in, and here comes the rook. Danny, this looks like an overwhelming attack for Jan.
Very well played right now from Nepomniachtchi. Also very well played in that hotel room. He finally got a light on his face. Good to see you, Jan. No longer playing in the darkness. But yeah, this looks rook h1. You can't take it.
I'm wondering why you can't just take the queen.
Yeah, but I think rook h1's even better. Yeah, because you've got mate on h2.
That's true, right? The knight couldn't take the rook there, and instead the queen drops back. He can bring the queen in with a check, but Danny, at some point, he has to take this queen. Hikaru's in huge time trouble, just a few seconds for him. And h5, I think that is the game sealer. Just push that pawn, and you're going to win more material.
Okay. Jan takes with check, super smart. He's going to mate him on g2 once the king hides from checks, and just like that, no. Okay, I was about to call it. Hikaru not giving up.
Wow.
You got to give Hikaru credit. I thought this. I thought this game was over like 2 minutes ago.
He's on the verge of saving this. Look at the clock; it's about even. If he wins h3, the black queen may at some point get stuck trying to stop the a pawn, and this is not easy to win anymore.
This is wild. The fact that we're still commentating on this game is wild right now. Jan still has a massive advantage, but both sides under 10 seconds, and the two rooks are often too much. They're irritating.
Rook takes e6 is in the air because the pawn was too far. So Hikaru, he was able to gain the e6 pawn for the a pawn. This should still be winning, Danny. And actually, now it does feel easier with the black king coming in.
Did he miss a chance to play rook a6? I don't think so. The eval bar never swung. So it seems like Jan is still on the verge, but
there's apparently, that's nice, f2, and the white king is in trouble. All the pawns coming to the party. Just don't take with the queen on f2, and Hikaru doesn't even test him. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Danny, we said that's what he needed. He gets off to a blazing hot start.
It's the only. There's no better way to start a match than by winning the first game, especially with the black pieces. So Jan Nepomniachtchi answers the call. Remember, he started down 0 versus 4 games against Norbek Abdusaturov. We talked about that and highlighted that he better not do that today against Hikaru, and he doesn't.
That was a nasty attack. And Hikaru, he won a pawn, but his king didn't find true safety in the corner. And we have a Berlin, and this is an opening that Hikaru's played many, many times in the Speed Chess Championship, notably against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Do you remember that match where every single game was a Berlin?
How could you ever forget? I refer to it all the time. You and I were like, it was like a thematic match. They made a bet and no one else knew about it, that they were only allowed to play the Berlin from both sides. I've never seen anything like it. The Berlin, though, as you said, a weapon Hikaru really likes, especially in Blitz. And here he's at it again. I have to say, though, even though Jan got that win, that shows you what you're in store for when you play guys like Hikaru and Magnus, right, Robert? That's the kind of thing that what is going on here? You were supposed to lose 20 moves ago. Jan did get the win, but you often have to beat these guys. You said you have to beat Hikaru like 2 or 3 times in one game.
Yeah, you just never call it until it is over, and it was when he had a queen against a king, and that's when he finally resigned. But his resourcefulness is paralleled maybe only by Magnus Carlsen, or if you want to go back, Nick Holmov was known as like the great defender, was able to stave off so many attacks and some dubious looking positions. And here, Danny, in this game too, we have a Berlin. We see that black with these double pawns, certain endgames will be bad, but with these pawns fixed on light squares, and black, the only player with a light square bishop, you have to be careful before you trade the rooks if you are Jan Nepomniachtchi, because if you can imagine this rook not being on d2, there's a bishop coming to c2 and just picking off these pawns. So these are some of the nuances that players who want to better understand the Berlin, you need to look at where the pawns are, what the structure is looking like, and if you cut the board in half, white has an extra pawn from the E to the H file.
Everything you just said was brilliant about the Berlin, and I'm looking at the lights shining on and off on Jan Nepomniachtchi here. Some people prefer the darkness. I was born in it. I was born in the darkness. He loves the darkness. This is the Bane version of Jan Nepomniachtchi. I don't know what's going on. This could be an all-day experience, everyone. Just buckle up and try not to look too hard.
Yeah, it is actually quite distracting because it's like you can see. Yeah. We also have the camera on like a little bit larger off to the side that the people don't know about, thanks to our production team. But yeah, it is a little bit distracting. I'm sure it's distracting for Jan to some extent.
I have to focus on the chessboard because this is so irritating. All right. Bishop okay, now g4 played. This is one of those very double-edged moves for white in the Berlin because you want to use your majority, the 4-on-3, but pawns can't go back, and white has the light square pawns to worry about should black ever get h5 and pry it open. I guess it works here because the knight's on h5, but still very risky for white.
Yeah, these are some positions that you have to be very, very careful. And the knight on h5 shuts down the play there. And Danny, it is so distracting. And I feel like at some point, Jan's face is going to change into a clown face, and we're all going to be super scared.
like seriously, this is how horror movies start. Literally like this. You look in the mirror once, and you look in the mirror a second time. It's not the same person. By the way, I think Hikaru had knight f4 instead of bishop e7 on that idea of getting rid of that knight to open up the light squares. No engine moves in front of us, just the eval bar, but I felt like maybe that was the move he missed. Now white is still kind of in control of those breaks.
Well, look at what Hikaru missed over here. Knight takes e6 with a rook coming to 7th rank. I mean, this clearly is not what you want if you're Hikaru Nakamura. It might not be game over. We see the evaluation bar saying white is favored, and I think that's pretty clear. And, even simple moves look good for white. But taking on e6, you can take over the 7th rank, and Jan instead brings his knight to f5. Danny, that's a move. I don't think it deserves a question mark. I think that's a little bit extreme, unless there's some kind of capture on e5 or pawn to f6 type of maneuver.
But I do agree with you that knight e6 and rook d7 was, I don't know, that was the more straightforward way to play. Jan didn't like it. And this is the double-edged Berlin here, everybody, because white is in control right now. Take a snapshot with your face camera. Boom, you got the position. But the moment something changes and black gets h5 and the lines start opening up, you see Hikaru's pieces primed. That white king is not as safe as it looks. e5 is tender. Black has a knight and bishop poking the pawn. And so this is a dangerous position for white.
Agreed. And now I'm looking at this position. If the rooks come off the board, I think white is much happier because this knight would not only go to f6, but maybe start tickling this pawn on h6. So my point is that some of black's pawns are approachable, but also watch out for b5 if that knight ever moves from e4, trying to get through the white pawn structure, the bishop stairs, through the pawn on c4 to the pawn on b3. So these are just ideas, thematic ideas to keep in mind. They won't happen in the near future. And Danny, one other thing that we haven't talked about in this game is that Hikaru is now up nearly a minute on the clock. So that's in his favor, but his last move, that didn't help as the knight lands safely on f6.
Yeah. I was just about to highlight the clock too before you did, partner, and I agreed. This is better for him than the last game, but allowing knight f6 still feels like he hasn't found the way to break open yet. Nepomniachtchi is still controlling all the squares.
Yeah, and it's annoying for Hikaru.
Like I was going to say e8 is controlled. By that, h5 is controlled by the knight. e5 is still protected, and the d file is still owned by white. So, those are all squares black needs some kind of access to, but white has them.
And this bishop now on c8, I know that move gained an exclamation point, and it opens up pressure against this e5 pawn. And Danny, there might be an idea with rook e6 at the right moment. This knight on f6, it can be captured. there is a king that's on g3, so that e5 pawn is pinned, and then knight f4 and knight h4 ideas are always in play if the king were to move away. So white does need to be very careful here. That's why Jan is spending time. But Danny, the clock, not Jan's friend right now. He's down nearly 2 minutes, and that is not where you want to be against Hikaru.
Yeah, he lacks a plan, and his clock management kind of reflects that. H4 is okay. White has a 4-on-3 majority. Right now it's all deadlocked, so you kind of can't see it, but the forest through the trees. White has 4 pawns, black has 3 pawns. H4 kind of makes sense from that point of view. Let's open up some space. White would love to get F4, right, Robert? If the trade happens and that pawn on F2 goes to F4, white is very happy.
But look at Hikaru. He knows or he senses there's something here. But the point is that after G takes H4 and Knight takes, the E5 pawn was loose. But that F4 idea that you mentioned, not only does it prevent a discovered check, there was a pin along the E file. So Hikaru brings the rook up. He wants to take this knight. The knight moves away, which was not the correct decision. But mistakes are about to happen for Jan Nepomuceno. He's down to a minute. And the position is balanced dynamically. But then we would not call this equal. This is really a messy position that's hard to figure out.
Completely agree. This is an evil eval bar, as I like to say. Makes it look equal, and it's going to judge the players with some swings here in the next few moments because it's hard to play these positions accurately. But yeah, I think that white king could get in trouble here if Jan isn't careful.
Definitely. This knight wants to go back to f6, but oops, that immediately hangs a piece. The pawn on e5 is pinned. The king is on g3. So Jan's decisions actually feel a little bit more difficult at this stage. He does bring his king back. That seems like a good start. But now if this rook ever leaves e6, Danny, the g4 pawn, it's feeling quite loose.
And I still like knight h4 check to open up the g file. I know that it allows white to get the f4 pawn majority. It's very risky. You wouldn't want to go for that unless you see a concrete assurance that you can blow things open. But look at those two bishops, like snipers on c8 and c7, just waiting for diagonals to open up. And so he goes knight f4, but same idea. Here we go. Those bishops are going to start targeting the pawns.
And g5 can't be defended, but I think what Jan is relying on is that if this pawn on g5 is captured, we get opposite colored bishops that has drawish tendencies in most positions, but in especially one like this where there aren't too many pawns. But I love this last move by Hikaru. He's actually going after this white king. Please take my pawn. There's a check on g4 followed by a check on h3, and that white king that's in the line of fire.
Agreed. From a practical point of view, rook h6 is also great because there's probably an accurate computer way to play the position, but this feels very dangerous for a human to defend. Here come the checks. Here come the light squares.
And here comes the blockade. I like that move from Hikaru. He doesn't grab a pawn. I don't get that X out of here. That was a nice looking move to my eyes, unless there was a game-ending tactic. Rook, bishop e6 protects f7. Puts pressure on c4 in some positions, so watch out if the rook can capture on b3. But now Jan is doing his best just to hold the balance. He may like that it seems like he has an extra pawn on the king side, but his king still, that's the worst king on the board, and so Hikaru's chances.
Hikaru poking and prodding, looking for a chance here. Now the first rank is on the menu of things that he wants to gobble up. This is getting even scarier for Jan. Now he's under 10 seconds.
And he's barely holding on. Rook h3. He brings the other rook. No rook f3 for you because bishop g4 is pin city. And that's a win for Hikaru. He gets the job done in game 2.
Yeah, not over yet, but looks like imminently Hikaru's going to win probably every single pawn on the queen side there. He starts with the a pawn. The c4 pawn will fall next. And Jan Nepomuceno says, I've had enough. That's the kind of rebound win you want if you're Hikaru. First one gets away from you. Is it fair to say that was a wire-to-wire victory in the black side of the Berlin for Hikaru almost?
Yeah, I think that moment where he went like bishop to d8 and the evaluation went in white's favor, it was actually quite clear visually that white suddenly had the better position. But it wasn't hard to figure... it was hard. It was not easy to figure out. And that's why Jan Nepomuceno struggled. He spent a lot of time trying to find the way forward, and that ultimately cost him. And Danny, we're back in this. We have a Queen's Gambit declined turned accepted, and we have a very closed position for the time being. We know Hikaru likes these types of positions.
But this time he doesn't like the A file becoming open. Maybe he knows he got he lost, so he didn't get away with one. Maybe he knows it could have even been worse. Doesn't let Jan perform that rook lift along the fifth rank again.
Yeah, and instead Jan is just focusing on the C file, which is fully open. The D file is the other open file. And here rook C1, that looks like a completely logical choice. But Hikaru, he's sitting and thinking and finally does bring the rook here. I think that Jan is thrilled to have this position. Danny, you look at symmetrical positions and you think, where do my pieces belong? My minors, do they have an outpost that they can use? Here, I don't see anywhere for the white pieces to use that seem threatening. And in fact, that white bishop just moved backwards. I feel like Jan is completely fine, and you actually see his pieces going forward.
Yeah, this is one of those things that you wonder in terms of the meta of the match, Robert, the prep the players bring in. Sometimes a player brings an opening and the other player correctly guessed that they might go for it. This almost feels like Hikaru planned to go for some of these QGDs that turn into QGAs, and Jan knew this was going to happen. He's not only playing fast up on the clock against Hikaru, but he's in great positions, Robert. So we would find out maybe in interviews, but I feel like Jan had a thought that he might get this type of game against Hikaru.
Yeah, and for Hikaru, it's very much in his style, and he knows that Jan likes active positions. This isn't the most active position, but there's still some life in it. And I like this last one, bishop d5. Knight e5 is a perfectly reasonable follow-up for Hikaru. But what I'm looking at is a timely knight a4. This a3 pawn, it does feel like a target. So Hikaru needs to be careful and not to invite that kind of move. And Jan just says, let me trade off pieces. Danny, I feel like both players, they're playing very accurately at this stage, and that's why it's a level game.
It's level on the eval bar, not quite level on the clock, but even though Hikaru's retreating bishop move didn't look good at the time, maybe he just wants to simplify things. At some point, you got to try to get rid of that bishop on d5. Maybe bishop f3 is possible to just trade.
You don't sound excited, though. You're like,
I don't sound, my voice isn't getting higher because I wasn't insecure about that suggestion, but I wasn't confident either. You definitely read that.
Well, it just also feels like a position with, you look at the position, you look at the clock for Hikaru. This is obviously not what he wanted from this game. Right? Hikaru, when he's in a rhythm, he is punishing you on the clock, maybe even more than anything. And here Jan is doing that Jan thing that we see him kind of speed run the opening, have a perfectly healthy position. Look at this knight on c5, bishop on d5. Now Hikaru is going to take. He can take with the bishop if he wants, but he also may consider trying to take with the knight and getting that into c6. That would be a juicy outpost if the knight safely reaches that square.
And even though I wasn't confident about bishop f3, it was played, and I wanted to highlight the c6 square because the advantage of getting rid of that bishop on d5 is not just that it's dominant, but maybe that opens up the c6 square for white. Hikaru is obviously calculating this because it's risky. There's all kinds of tactics for black too. I mean, the b3 square is available. a4 is available for the black knight, and if that hits the bishop on e7 is hitting a3. So there's actually a lot to think about here. Hikaru probably pausing correctly.
Yes, and knight takes e5 might walk into some kind of bishop d or bishop f6, attacking that knight that's there all of a sudden. So Hikaru is down 2 minutes. Danny, I'm not sure the last time I've said that when we're not talking about classical chess.
Agreed. This is not a normal Hikaru Nakamura time situation. But if you were to pick a guy who can put him in this spot, Jan Nepomniachtchi, also a speed demon, known as being streaky at times, but frankly, one of the fastest calculators in the world. At times, he's even been criticized in his career for maybe playing too fast in some of his classical matches. But Jan is up there with the speed demons, even if he doesn't play as much online blitz as your Firouzjas or your Nakamuras.
And I mean, it is a fair shout out. I mean, we were covering that game when he played against Vichy Anand in one of those Sinquefield Cups, and
I was wondering if you were going to call it.
Yeah. Oh, I am. Yeah, he managed finally to find a path that should have led to a draw, and then he moved too quickly and lost the game. But here, he's moving quickly, he's moving confidently, and he's moving well, Denny. I mean, look at the knight on c5, bishop on d5, both protected by pawns. And typically, everybody, you want your pieces defended by pawns because that means they don't have to move when a heavier piece attacks it. On the other hand, this knight on c4, it's a little bit loose here. Sometimes you have to keep an eye on that piece. It does have defenders, but knight b3 says, whoa, Look out there. I'm trying to get at your rook, and maybe some of your pieces could be overloaded.
Well, we said then, and we'll say it again here, often his strength, or sometimes your strengths can be your weaknesses. Jan Nepomniachtchi's strengths being a fast calculator, very, very talented, just visionary at the board. The guy plays quick. In classical chess against Vichy Anand in that game and got him in trouble. Here he's up 2 minutes on the clock against Hikaru, something that very few people can do. And as you said, he's playing great moves here. This feels like White's position is hanging by a thread.
Yeah, he just tightened the screws a little bit. He put his pawn on a4 to defend the knight, but also cement the a3 weakness in place. That pawn on a4 is not easy to target it without moving your pieces in funky ways. This knight isn't pinned because the bishop does protect it, but it just looks a bit awkward here. So Hikaru, he says, I need to release that tension. But Danny, it's not even a 2-minute lead anymore. It's nearly a 3-minute lead on the clock for Jan.
It's crazy. And I know the eval bar isn't jumping. I'm like, what if black takes with the pawn and the knight moves and the a3 pawn's hanging? There's obviously something concrete here. There has to be tactics for white that save the position, but this feels worse than the computer is evaluating it. And again, I'm not even talking about the clock.
It must be some kind of like knight b2 takes a4, and there will be queen g4 at the right moment as well, threatening a checkmate. So, I mean, Hikaru, he does have some ideas of his own. I don't want to take them for granted because queen g4 at the right moment could force bishop back to f8. So queen to g4 played with the knight under attack. Don't be fooled, everybody. Not a hanging piece, because that would be a hanging king.
But there's so many crazy moves here. I mean, you don't want to play f6. There's queen e6 check and weird stuff. But this is a moment maybe Jan uses his time advantage on the clock to try to make sure he finds the accurate play. But if bishop f8 is okay, or g6 is forced, then maybe now Hikaru goes back to your knight b2.
So I love g6 because it doesn't tie a bishop down to a pawn, but it is risky. If this queen, I mean, it can't move like a knight, but if it gets to those dark squares, h8 and g7, along with this bishop, a battery could hurt. So the knight does come back to b2, Danny. a4 is loose, and I'm wondering for Jan if he can play some kind of tricky move. I'm not quite seeing an easy one, but like a d4. That's the type of move that if Hikaru had 10 seconds rather than 45 seconds, it could cause some complete havoc.
Agreed. He played g6 maybe because he wanted the pawn that badly on a3. As you said, he didn't want the bishop tied down to g7, but now maybe he's regretting it because if he's not going to win a pawn and we're just trading a3 for a4, I'm liking Hikaru's chances on the king side long term for the reasons you said.
And Jan brings his knight back. So knight takes a4. Maybe there's like an h5 or something, but knight takes c5 would come with a shot against the black queen. So there's no way to win a piece. That's a bit of good news for Hikaru.
Yeah. And if there isn't an h5 hitting the queen, maybe white at some point has h4, h5, right? We've got the alpha 0, throw everything down the h-file and go checkmate the black king. This is turning around a little bit.
And then d4 is played. So I'm going to get rid of that question mark. Come on. That to me is an exclamation point move because look at Hikaru's clock down to 30 seconds. I may eat my words, but Danny, you know that is causing Hikaru some serious confusion.
What a move. I agree. That's practical human chess. Take that, computer overlords. Robert Hess just gave it an exclam. And by the way, point out the idea, Robert, is that it cuts off the queen's protection of the knight, and that's why the rook has to take. But I guess shout out to Hikaru. He maybe found the right way to do it.
Although, again, it's given an X and h5 played. That's a mistake. So this is just a chaotic position. Queen f4, back towards the middle. Danny, this is happening too fast. That's a blunder, apparently.
Was there
like it.
There might have been a win in that position. Something for white after h5 might have been borderline winning. I feel like we should analyze it quickly because was there like a checkmate on the dark squares somehow? I don't know.
I mean, it just doesn't look like a position where there would be a win. And what in the world is happening now? G5 by Jan. 5 seconds for Hikaru. He needs to find a move.
5 seconds. 3 seconds. Let's go. He plays
blunder.
knight takes c5, but that's letting the position slip. The back rank is a problem. It's checkmate.
Exactly. So he's relying on queen to f3. But Denny, watch this. A collinear move. Queen to e4. If you take, there's a check. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, he boned it. Nepo finds queen e4, and it wins a piece.
Oh, that was sick. That was so sick.
Dude, okay, now we bring up the analysis board. We have to go over the final few moments of that as they kick off another 5-1 battle here. Jan Nepomniachtchi, if you're just tuning in, has won both games where he's had the black pieces. But, Robert, back up real quick. What was the win after h5 from Hikaru? The computer gives us...
I'm just going to turn on the engine. I'm going to be honest with everybody because I didn't see it in real time. Queen f3. Apparently, simple chess is best chess. But that looks like a problem because after queen takes, pawn takes, you would think the knight would be loose on a4, but you've actually solved two problems at once for white. If knight takes a4, let's say I take back like this, the king can escape to g2 because there's no longer a pawn in its path. And also after rook takes d4, there would have been a hanging rook down there on c8. So in fact, it's black who loses immediately.
And with the queens off the board, also white is hitting the b6 pawn with the knight. So it's even, that's why the eval bar gets so bad for black. Okay, wow. Talk about a move that none of us could see. That's why the computer freaked out and we're like, what? But okay, Jan Nepomniachtchi finds queen e4, puzzle rush tactic style, puts up his best puzzle rush score of all time with queen e4 right there. And that was pretty impressive from Jan.
You know how much easier tactics are when you have the eval bar to help you? Because that position, white was up a couple pawns. There was no back rank checkmate immediately. And with such limited material, it had to be some kind of wild tactic. And queen e4 threatened a back rank checkmate. And it attacked that bishop that he eventually won. And not eventually, he won it on the spot. So that's credit to both of these players for a hard-fought battle. But Danny, I don't think Hikaru cares about hard-fought. He wants the wins. He doesn't want just a pat on the back for playing some interesting moves.
Hikaru's not here for a participation trophy or anything else like that. Neither is Jan Nepomniachtchi, for that record. By the way, Hikaru up on time again on the black side of a Berlin. Not the same endgame Berlin we had in game 2, but Hikaru maybe showing that he's going to stick with this e4 e5 Berlin approach today.
But I've never seen a position as compact in the center, and white sacrificed the pawn. So that is odd to my eyes. I am having a very difficult time understanding anything that's happening here because if this knight on e5 doesn't have what just happened here? Can we just take a very quick second to go back? There was a pawn on d4. The knight went to f5. So Jan sacrificed a pawn from the opening. This might be required for game review. But either way, this knight captured on d4 because if the rook took, the knight takes this knight on e5. So there's some tricky opening stuff that I won't pretend to understand. This looks like Daniel Naroditsky style. And then the knight has safely gone back to f3. So very, very weird. White clearly has compensation, Danny. And I think one important note is that Jan loves his rooks on the 4th and 5th ranks. We saw that rook on h5 in game 1. I won't be surprised when this rook comes to a square like h4 with the bishop on c2.
Fascinating position. Every one of black's pieces are sort of stepping on the toes of the others. If Hikaru's not careful, that bishop on c8 might not ever play, right? If white switches quickly enough to the king side and the attack gets going, that highlights all the problems. Exactly. So, and there you go. He plays f5. Not a desperate move, but a move that kind of senses the danger and doesn't want to run into problems on the diagonal.
But I just saw Jan raise his eyes. He said, oops, this might not have been the right choice because knight e5 was an excellent follow-up by Hikaru. He's trying to remove the guard of this rook on h4. That knight is the only piece protecting it. And there's no bishop g5 because there's a knight here, and knight takes f3 would also be a good intermezzo. So I feel like this position looks like a healthy extra pawn for Hikaru all of a sudden.
Yeah, quickly he unwinds with knight to e5. And look at that, knight to g4. I was wondering, is c4 an interesting move to consider? But no, he's focused on the king side, and the computer agrees.
I don't really get it from Jan's point of view because black's moves suddenly look quite natural to play. I mean, he's attacking a pawn on f2. There's a rook on h3 that's usually on the e or f file, helping to defend. So, Danny, as you look at this position, this might be getting out of hand quite quickly for Jan.
Yeah, I agree. f2 is hard to protect. You have to put either a knight or a bishop on e3, but both make black happy. We're going to trade and then play d6, and I think that black is just getting developed up a pawn, as you said.
The one obvious bit of counterplay for Jan is this pawn on f5 could be a potential target. I mean, there are some light square issues in black's camp, but a pawn is a pawn. And here, I think black should have the advantage. We see off to the side of the board, but I'm also talking practically because some positions where someone's up a pawn, it's very difficult to figure out the accurate continuation. I think it's much harder for white to make individual moves here.
I couldn't agree more. We have right now 3 games in the books. Black has won all 3 games. If Hikaru somehow wins this game, black apparently is to be preferred between Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi. If you're just getting here, both of Jan's wins have come when he was black, and Hikaru looking to strike back again.
The queen comes up, pinning the knight, putting immediate pressure on the f5 pawn. c6 is tempting, Danny, but c6 is those the type of move you can't take back. And it does kick the queen back, but now d6 becomes another target. So I feel like Jan is just trying to poke and prod, induce a weakness here or there. And now he's bringing all of his army, all of them, all these pieces are playing towards the black king.
But he also kind of has no choice for this, right? I mean, Hikaru played queen f6, I think correctly, spying the b2 pawn. I don't know that he's going to take it now, but this might become one of those games where black is up a couple pawns and white is throwing everything and the sink at the black king there. Will you get g4 at some point here, Robert? Come on. g4 for the score. Where are you, Canty? Love you.
I like it. And queen takes b2 doesn't lose on the spot, but rook takes h7 would be available. I'm actually going to show that ever so quickly. That
Let's do it.
Look at pieces in a row with one another. You think what happens when a piece moves out the way. Bishop takes f5, by the way, is also available. But my point is rook h7, king h7, bishop takes f5, check, and the queen on b2 is lost. So again, the bishop was in between these queens, and so if you could take with check, you win that enemy queen on b2. So just something to note for these players. Queen went back to e7. Danny, that's safe and sound for Hikaru. He's doing the right thing right now. He is up a pawn. And I have to say, I like the last few moves for Jan. He brought his rook over to f1. It seems like he's coordinated better than black is because there's a rook on its starting square, as is his bishop on c8.
Agreed. Jan is keeping the pressure. I wanted to see g4 there. Probably too risky. But let's not forget about that tactic. The bishop and rook have a long-distance date on h7. And that's a tactic Hikaru cannot forget about. All right, if you take d6 now, though, e3 hangs with check.
So you say that, but
that was it. That's all I had. I said that. I thought you thought I was going to say more. That was it.
No, I can sense that you kind of want this trade because it does allow white to get closer to the black king. Ooh, and rook f6 played by Hikaru. He's making sure that his pawn on d6 is here to stay. The black king is in no danger. And after this trade, Danny, I think we know who's in charge.
Yeah, somehow the position simplified, and what was this all-in on the king side, I said throw everything and the sink, has gone away. So black is just up a pawn again, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, I don't really think has any more chances to attack the black king than Hikaru does to attack the white king on the f-file.
Bishop e8 to f7. This was played against knight h5 ideas, but suddenly Jan, once again, he's coordinated well, and credit to Hikaru because a5 was not on my mind. It not only saves the pawn so the rook can move, it also can open up this rook along its starting file, and that is gaining some much-needed space and activity for black.
Queen e5, what a move there. If you trade, the double pawns are welcomed because then the white knight has to move from f4 and black picks up the c4 pawn. That's, okay. Jan's not going to go for that endgame, though. But now the a-file, I'm looking at rook a1, whether it works or not. It's on the brain.
Yeah, rook a1, queen d8 check, bishop to e8. Black is barely holding on in that type of position. But your point is well taken that if not in this position, at a later time, rook a1 could hit white, and it's the white king suddenly in danger. But I like queen b6. I see the question mark. Once again, I'm going to remove it. White's position was not good, so I'm just going to give it a thumbs up. I think that's really what it deserves. It's a pretty good move in a tough position.
I love that you're embracing your ability to override the computer with the emos. It makes me, Robert Hess gives it a thumbs up. I love it. Rook a1 is interesting, but will Hikaru play a move like h6? We saw Magnus free some left and then launch an attack in a couple of the games yesterday. Okay, he doesn't go for that, but I wondered if you could give up b7 and then rook a1. Instead, he backs up.
And so does white. White brings the queen back to d4, freezing this rook if it ever wanted to move, putting more pressure on this d6 pawn, and also covering the a1 square a second time. And white could consider at the right moment trading on a1 to get this open file. So h6 played by Hikaru. Danny, I feel like both players are really handling these complications well.
Agreed. And the computer reflects that. It's sitting tight in a very complex position with all kinds of ways to go wrong. Rook a4 hits the b4 pawn, and queen e5 will come again for Hikaru if Jan isn't careful. Maybe now.
Yes, and the fact that the king is the h7 square is super important because otherwise rook d8 would have a backrank checkmate on the mind. The bishop, of course, could block, but you'd just be giving away a piece. So now the trade is favorable for black. This queen needs to move, but where to? Queen b3 walks right into b5, and that c4 pawn is pinned while it protects the rook.
I wonder if Jan missed that. Queen b3, b5 was nasty. Queen c2, I think rook a1 is still a Oh, no, just take the pawn. Yeah.
This queen a8 check It seems a bit harmless. The king can go here, but then queen f8. It doesn't actually lead to checkmate, but Danny, you know when you play those bullet and blitz games and you just see ghosts and you get scared? And look at Hikaru. He brings his queen back, which wasn't objectively the correct decision.
He probably should have gone for the concrete line, but as a human, you can understand not wanting to allow queen to f8. Now he has to put his queen on f8 and defend. But okay, 10 seconds, less than 10 seconds for Jan.
Oh, he wants to go after this. Queen takes d6. Now we're getting a queen trade. h6 is hanging, so that's why Hikaru brought his king over. But even worse, g7's falling.
Hikaru just missed that. You saw him shake his head, and Jan takes with the knight correctly, keeping mating nets alive. Oh my god, this has turned around.
Oh, he found a mate. This is mate. And Hikaru's got 10 seconds. I don't care that there's an X. It looks checkmate.
It's knight f6 and rook g7. It's mate. Oh my gosh. Hikaru allowed that game to slip away, or Jan Nepomniachtchi gets credit for keeping the pressure on the king side. You see that? A happy stretch, a big swig of water. Hikaru got up quickly to take a rest, and Jan's going to dive in and do some review because he's happy with his 3-1 lead right now.
Remember when we talked about the smarter chess prediction? It was 4.5, 2.5 in favor of Hikaru. We said that Jan needs to turn that around. He needs to be +2. That's exactly where, well, I would say he sits, but clearly he stood and walked away. But Danny, +2 score right now for Jan.
Well, and he's already defied the odds of the smarter chess prediction, which said he would have 2.5 points. But all right, right now it's a call to action as we move on and get to our first break for you to use the command merch. Get our new and revamped chess clock. It's pretty awesome. I have the OG one in my office. Maybe I'm gonna get the new one there. But it's pretty fun. It's one of many awesome items. I got mittens sitting next to me here in the office. Get your mittens if you haven't gotten one yet. Use the command merch or go to go.chess.com/merch. Robert and I are going to go take a very quick break because a lot more chess is ahead. Don't go anywhere. The 2024 Speed Chess Championship returns in a moment.
I mean, I'm not even strapped in, but I'm nervous. So hopefully you're doing good over there.
Yeah, this feels like when you're at the doctor and they take your blood pressure.
We're here with another episode of Lie Detector Chess. The one and only Hikaru Nakamura has been strapped in. Super Grandmaster, your streamer, World Fisher Random Champion, 5-time U.S. Champion. I didn't come with a pedigree list beyond that, so we'll leave it there.
It's good enough.
Pretty good intro, okay. You know who he is, or you wouldn't be watching this video. That's the truth, because I'm just the guy asking the questions here. Hikaru has never seen these questions before, and I'm actually just seeing them for the first time now, too. Let's go. Do you believe anybody is better than you at speed chess?
Yes.
Who?
Magnus Carlsen.
I think Hikaru's lying.
He's telling the truth.
He's telling the truth?
Yes.
Okay. I think Hikaru. Okay, well, there's good to know.
Oh, wait. Now he's getting your reaction, so he's not really completely sure about it.
I'm gonna switch gears. Do you think if you focused on just classical chess that you would become world champion?
In the current environment, yes.
True.
Love it.
Hikaru, can you make it very smooth now?
Sure.
Okay, here we go.
You're saying all questions are going to revolve around Magnus. That's why there's the ambiguity.
Okay. No, I'm gonna get to some others here. All right, here we go. Do you think Levy can become a grandmaster?
No.
Very true.
Very true. Okay, there you go.
He's just a little bit too old. I think, as I've said a few times, if he were doing this maybe 3-4 years ago, I think he'd probably get to GM. But I think with the rating decline and where he's at, I just don't see it.
Okay. Has streaming made you a better chess player?
Yes.
Lie.
Really? Do you enjoy streaming more than playing?
Yes.
Both. He's not really sure.
Okay. Okay. I gotta go back to this. So you don't think streaming has made you a better chess player, or you were trying to break the machine?
I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna leave it at that. All right. Okay.
Can you ask him if he's trying to cheat on the test today?
No, there's ambiguity to the questions. That's why.
Okay, got it. Okay. I'm not trying to do your job or anything.
It's like I'll give you an example. If you ask me, do I enjoy playing classical chess more than streaming? That answer is probably going to, like, if you ask me that question, it's going to be yes. So it's like classical chess I probably like more, but I like streaming more than I like online blitz chess, for example. There's like ambiguity.
Yeah,
That's why.
That makes sense.
You know, he tried to dodge the question now, huh?
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He tried to dodge the question whether you should ask him if he was going to try to cheat on this test today.
Welcome back to our last quarterfinal matchup here in the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. Alongside the man who you cannot spell chess without, Robert Hess. I'm Danny Wrench, and we are watching a match that might have us on the edge of our seats for the rest of the day, because the underdog, Jan Nepomniachtchi, currently has a 2-game lead against Hikaru Nakamura in the middle of the 5-1 portion, Robert.
It's the start that Jan Nepomniachtchi absolutely needed. He's up by 2 points. He's won a couple games with the black pieces. And even this 4th game where he was in trouble, he was down a pawn early on, Danny, he showed that he could beat Hikaru in scrambles in very complex positions.
He did. And again, the most impressive part of his 2-1 lead or 2-game lead so far is he's kind of done it in all different ways. He's done it where he was much worse. He's done it in a dominant fashion. And he's now won with both colors, white and black. So Hikaru quickly got up from his chair. He's hoping to shake it off on the back half of this 5-1 segment. And here we go. He's got his work cut out for him.
And we see that this is another kind of calm setup to start with. We're not getting our Queen's Gambit decline turns Queen's Gambit accepted. And we see a knight capture on d5 here. So, Denny, the start of this game, it's quiet. I guess my question for you, now that Hikaru's lost 2 games in a row, is what do you think his mentality is like? He's not really the type of player who just wants to make a draw to get on the scoreboard. But do you think he needs to stop potential tilt before it happens?
It's a good question, especially because I think the one way this match gets away from him, he knows that Jan Nepomniachtchi is a streaky player, and the more wins he gets, the more confident and the better he's going to play. So I think Hikaru has to have a little bit of that in his mind. Like, hey, I can't let this lead get any worse. I'd like to win, but I need to maybe make some draws and make sure I'm not down by any more than 2 games as we get to the faster segments. So long-winded way of saying, yeah, I think he's got to be thinking a little bit about it.
But do you think he's thinking about the win right now? And in chess, you always have to be objective. Knight g5 type of idea in the air just to open up the h-file like you just don't care. But Danny, I don't know if that's going to work out the way that Hikaru would like, because after knight g5, the bishop can take, followed by the queen, and that may just net black a pawn.
Yeah, it's right as I said, maybe he'd be happy to make sure he doesn't go down more than 2 games. He is playing like he's all in for the win right now. Bishop d3, he wants what? Bishop h7 check and knight g5 and problem book puzzle mates.
But I think Jan's reaction with bishop to f6 says, so that bishop, fianchetto, long-range piece, let's just trade off that one. And knight to e5, look what Hikaru's doing. Like, he's trying to avoid trades. He's trying to win the game with a vicious attack. G4, G5, you get that in one move. Maybe you got something going, but the king's in the center. And black has done nothing wrong and wasted no time. So, Danny, I see what Hikaru is going for. Objectively speaking, it's clear that black is just, look at this, knight b4 coming.
Yeah. Makes me nervous if I'm a Hikaru fan, because as I said, the one thing we don't see often with Magnus and Hikaru, Robert, is them being down. What would happen in matches where people do start to get leads against them and kind of put them on their heels? If Hikaru is is going to start playing too aggressively, maybe with some dubious opening choices because he's down, that might make things worse, right? Quicksand.
And you said it before that Magnus Hikaru, they're not used to getting, as Mike Tyson would say, getting punched in the mouth. And here, I mean, look what Jan is doing. He's just taking it to Hikaru, knight to b4. He could take this bishop on d3. I'm not even sure he wants to do that just yet. That knight on b4, it's a stallion. If you play a3, then I'll take. I just feel like Hikaru's, he's in that mindset where he wants to win, and all chess players get there. They lose a couple games, like, I have to get even. I have to beat my opponent, but you can't force a win out of thin air against a player like Jan Nepomniachtchi, just way too strong and playing way too good chess.
I completely agree. And I would argue, if you're in Hikaru's camp, I don't know that it was necessary, because yeah, he's down 2 games, but those games could have gone either way, right? They were lopsided and all kinds of things happening in time pressure. So just agreeing with you further that that's kind of not what you want to do. And now, oh my gosh, like this is a position where it could be a miniature for Hikaru if he's not careful. His king is in the center. He's not going to get castled. It's very dangerous stuff for white.
Let's go back, because it was like -3 almost. And at this moment, after queen to d1, if we can analyze for a second, we see that white hasn't developed. The king can't castle. You're not allowed to castle through check. And even if he could, the h4 pawn would be hanging. And it appears that knight f4. That's the move. I'm going to be honest, looked with a turn on the engine to see what it was. And if this knight is not captured, well, it's coming into d3 with problems. If it is captured, you're walking into problems along the e file. Queen e7, pawn f5, and then this king is just hunted in the center of the board. It's not the most obvious thing, because white can try to shore up that bishop with pawns, but it does look quite ugly. So this was a missed opportunity. Very clear one for Jan.
But I would argue that even if he missed it and the eval bar is sliding up closer to equal, okay, maybe not anymore, it's still a position where I feel like black holds all the cards, because white's attack is kind of out over its skis a little bit. There's no weaknesses in the black position. You've got the bishop and queen and rook, but where's your target? The piece you need in the attack, Robert, is on b2, and it's blocked by the d4 pawn. This is a position where I don't see a lot going for white.
The d4 pawn can never be captured. You're exposing your king to a vicious attack. I think that bishop b7 here makes a lot of sense. Go to this diagonal. The white king can't castle because there's no rook on h1 anymore. So you don't need to cover that diagonal. Hit the queen, force it away, take over the e-file. Yeah, white's pieces kind of stepping on each other's toes, and you don't really have space in the position either. This pawn on d4, it's just the absolute star of black's position.
Couldn't agree more. I don't see good moves for white. Neither does Hikaru, which is why he's thinking. It's his
sorry.
game,
It's my fault. I think I didn't let us catch up. The board was going.
Okay, well, we've seen several moves then. All right, but I'm going to let it catch up before I make a comment. So now d3 is played. Still very dangerous for Hikaru. So I think the storyline of, okay, you're really all in here. This is wild. Maybe now he has to get castled long while he can.
Danny, I play the hippo in all my online games. This position from the white side looks like a game I could be playing, where your bishop gets completely shut down thanks to black's very healthy pawn structure. And the attack that you're going for, it hasn't even started. And in fact, black may be thinking about breaking down white's center, because c4 removes the guard of this pawn on e4, and all of black's pieces are looking there. So king f1 given a question mark, but Danny, it's a natural follow-up as white wants to bring that last piece into the game.
Yeah. Trying to get as many pieces as you can involved here, your only chance to get the attack going. Although the one thing going for Hikaru off the board here, he's up 30 seconds on time. And I wouldn't say his position is any worse than it was 10 moves ago. So, got that. So you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah, I guess I would say that, especially after a move like a4, because if the a file opens up, that rook that I was just talking about not playing in the game, it has an open file to go down. And I really like how both of these players are playing, Danny. c4, trying to break open the position. Bishop a3, it's saying, thank you for the diagonal. You have a rook on e7 and a knight on d6 that isn't exactly pinned, because knight takes f5 is viable. But after g takes f5, you know that black starts getting worried about his king's position.
Yeah, if that g-file opens up, all bets are off. Hikaru's attack will look like he planned it. But I love this move, rook e5. gets out of the pin, yeah, you're giving it an exclam. That's a Robert Hess approved move right there. And it puts Hikaru back in a spot of what to do with all this C4 dynamic. Everybody on the queen side getting tipsy. Everybody on the queen side getting tipsy here. We got problems.
Oops, that was me adding too many exclamation points, but you're right. The queen side is in trouble. But the reason I love this move, rook e5, the most is the 96 was under attack, and you're blockading the white queen. You're not opening up files. What does this rook need? An open file, an H file or a G file. If you ever take on f5, there goes the G file. The black king does start feeling the heat. Now, if you take, say, on d6, everything remains closed from black's perspective, but white needs to watch out because g6 at the right moment could even trap this bishop. But now, after ab5, Danny, I think it's just chaos, and it's chaos in one direction. But that was the wrong capture.
I think he should have taken d3 because then the e4 pawn is undermined. I'm actually really shocked about that.
I think
obviously Jan is.
Sorry, go ahead, Danny.
No, you go ahead. I mean, I was going to say, Jan's playing the game. He's maybe seen deeper things than we are, but we have the luxury of the eval bars, like it or not, and the computer helping to guide. It felt like d3 was the pawn that obviously held white's center together, so really surprised to see that.
No, I am as well. And you see the position opening up for white's pieces. Rook g3 drops the bishop, but it does get this h6 pawn, and suddenly the black king is feeling that danger. I don't know if Hikaru wants to go for that. You really have to calculate before you give up a full bishop, especially because the queen can run back to a square like f8. But you get the sense, Danny, that there might be a sacrifice in the air, and so it's now suddenly Jan who needs to be very, very careful. Although if that bishop moves, make queen a2 is a response.
He goes for it. He plays rook g3, and after king h7, computer says white has a win here. Don't move until you see it. Don't move until you see it, Josh. Don't move until you see it. I don't see it.
I think he went the wrong way. Bishop f8, Danny. That rook couldn't capture the bishop because the rook on e5 was loose.
And now there's threats of rook takes g7, but it's not winning. Bishop to f8. Overwhelm the rook on e8.
Yeah. This rook was doing too much. And now, Danny, what's the move for black? Because rook g7 looks really scary to my eyes. Also, f6, a little calmer, because the h6 pawn's the target. And yeah, Jan freaked out because the attack looked too strong.
Rook takes e4, but what's the idea if I just take the rook?
I guess he wants to take with the rook.
Okay,
and go
we're going to find out. Oh.
Wait a second. Black's winning? Rook e2 and the queen d5? Something like that? Okay, they're both making mistakes now.
It was just rook takes h4 and mate on h1.
Good find by you. I wasn't looking in that direction.
We have the eval bar. It makes you see tactics better. It's like a thing. Performance enhancing. Oh my gosh. What a wild game this has been.
I'm still worried for Hikaru because black's king, I see there are going to be a bunch of checks against it, but if Hikaru wants to win, which by his opening in this game, he clearly does, he might try to look for more, but I guess there isn't really more to look for at this stage.
Yeah, he should take the draw here, but that makes you nervous because will Hikaru do it? He's down to 10 seconds. If he doesn't settle on perpetual, he might live to regret it. Yeah, that's a lean back Hikaru. I know how to translate that one. He's not happy, but he knows what he has to do. That's what that is. Hikaru number 22. Not happy, but he knows what he has to do. And yeah, I think you see him looking off to the side. We've seen him do it before, the infamous Hoey Fawn match that you and I commentated on where he saw that he missed a mate like, a game later. But I think Hikaru is still trying to figure out, what did I miss in that position?
And it could be a massive missed opportunity because his position was terrible out of the start. That was almost intentional. He was just going for a potential attack. But then he did miss a legitimate win. And as we see the score, still 2 points in Jan Nepomniachtchi's favor. Danny, it's very early in the match, but these opportunities, they don't come easy against a player like Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Agreed, Town. Population us. We've got 18 minutes and 5+1. Feels like we're just getting going, though. Jan Nepomniachtchi with a 2-game lead. If you're just tuning in, he's won a couple games as black and then stole one, really. A game that Hikaru played great, but he held his own. So Hikaru clearly has his work cut out for him today.
And look at this position, Danny. I mean, the black bishops, they're staring at the white center, but those pawns are protected, very well guarded by the knights. And I have to say, I don't love the look of it. I played some dubious looking positions against, e4 from the black side. but it's not like this position is anywhere near losing, but white just has more space thanks to both pawns being on the 4th rank here.
Yeah. You hate having your minor pieces in front of your pawns when your opponent has more space, because it's just constant threats of tactics and advancing. That's why you're going to try to change the structure if you're Hikaru. You're going to try to get d5.
Yes, not away, yet, but of course. But Danny, did you see Hikaru shake his head? By the way, he still seems upset.
Yeah, and it's hard to know what he would be upset about. This game not being off to a great start, or maybe realizing he might have had more chances in the last one. But either way, right now the opening advantages seem to be favoring Jan. And wait, f4 and e5?
That's what I'm looking at. I mean, it just looks like a very straightforward set of pawn pushes at Jan. You don't need to tempt him twice. Danny, there might be an e6 in the future. He went knight e4 to stop the bishop from reaching the knight on g6, but you have to imagine that there's a problem in black's position when you have pawns like this on f4 and e5.
Yeah, Jan's just up a clean pawn now. He's taken everything in the center. I will say long-term chances, don't sleep on the queen and knight doing dirty things to the white king, because you can't bring those pawns back. Hikaru will keep the practical pressure. I would say this position is harder for white than that eval bar shows, but still, it is a clean advantage for Jan for sure.
Well, I agree with that, because the knight and the queen can go to those dark squares. The bishop limited inherently to its own color, so the light squares will do for this bishop. And I have to say, the light squares are pretty good. You can switch over to the f7 target, or you can stay going for an eventual battery and checkmate on h7. But I think Jan, right now, he has to figure out how many trades does he want. Because when you have a knight versus bishop imbalance, yes, white is ahead by a pawn. I think that being a pawn up, you just want to trade all the pieces, gets the end game. But when you have a knight that can blockade on dark squares against a bishop, sometimes you actually want to avoid that trade because the bishop can get outclassed by knights. So you do have to be very careful here if you're Jan, not just to trade off the pieces too quickly.
Yeah. Well said. It's hard to play positions where you have a clear material advantage, but the path forward might not be simplification. So you're going to have to deal with the pesky threats. There's that first time I've used the word pesky today, for the record. Used it like 17 times yesterday. Some pesky threats by the queen and knight are ahead.
Well, knight takes f4 is not actually a good move here. You could see that the black king is open, and white can make moves like, say, queen to f2, going after this knight. Or even queen to e4 at some moment will be very threatening. So I love moves like rook to g3, saying, come on, man, take that pawn that you're attacking. And instead, Hikaru backs up. Danny, knight to f8. There is no mate, at least not yet. But with a rook on g3, pawn f4, pawn e5, all the pieces coming to the party, I don't care if that eval bar goes down a little bit. From a practical perspective, I feel like black is running out of hope.
Agreed. And if he goes down 3 games, Hikaru needs to run into some new ideas maybe. In the opening, it hasn't gone well. It started out very just back and forth, but something happened in the last couple of games here, and Jan is in control. This looks really, really tough for black.
This is just a dream start for Jan Nepomuchy. Sort of everything that could go his way is going his way, including time scrambles when he was down a pawn a few games ago. And in this one, Hikaru's, I told you this, Danny, I feel like he's on the verge of tilting. And now it feels like his opening choice, putting his bishop on c6 on b6, he wasn't really taking his time. And now he is just down a pawn. And okay, his king is just completely out in the open, getting hunted here.
Yeah, this is not good. And Jan is choosing here between different flavors. I personally prefer Rainbow Sherbet, h4 or f5. He goes with f5. Rainbow Sherbet it is. Yeah, now you can play h4.
h4? The e5 pawn is hanging. I'm not sure if white's actually afraid to drop it. e6 would be tempting to me as well, to open up more squares and that light square diagonal in front of the black king. But Danny, I do feel like Jan is doing the wise thing by spending time at this moment. So many of us would just rush our decision. Yeah, I was about to say, actually, rook takes g5. He finds the best continuation of all.
Doesn't even need h4. Doesn't need help from the pawns. He just sacks a rook because black was getting mated, has to give away the knight. And, oh man, I think we talked about how Hikaru Nakamura had a 3-game lead after the 5-1 portion the last 2 times these guys played, everybody. It was in 2019 in the semifinals in the SCC. Jan Nepomuchy's maybe taking a 3-game lead here. And a tale of different matches here. Look at that.
I mean, Danny, I really don't mean this in the punish way that it is, but he's just blitzing him. Like, Jan is just coming at Hikaru, and I think one of the biggest strengths that Hikaru has is people are afraid of him. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he is afraid of no one. He will play his game for better or for worse. He'll play quickly. He'll rush certain decisions. He'll play aggressively, tactically. I mean, he just is doing everything possible to put Hikaru in a tough spot, and it's working to absolute perfection.
Couldn't agree more. And this is dangerous for anyone when you play Jan Nepomniachtchi, not just Hikaru, but a guy that plays well when it's going well. We talked about the fact that coming in here, Jan Nepomniachtchi had a pretty good week when it comes to over-the-board blitz, right? Moved to number 7 in the world in the overall blitz rankings. Warm up for the SCC. And Hikaru's going to have to figure out something here to slow him down.
Yeah, maybe you have to send him some lights. The darkness is really helping him out. And you see Jan Nepomniachtchi, you can't see his face, but you could see his chest, and his chest is as bright as ever. And you see now we had a Carlsbad structure turn into this pawn structure where, Danny, the c6 pawn is more approachable. That's why you chisel away at the pawn structure to bring your enemy pawns closer to you, that you can start piling up pressure. But Hikaru's last move, bishop f5, he's moving very quickly. It's not the right decision. It doesn't actually carry a threat because Black actually wants that bishop to be captured. And look at this. Jan Nepomniachtchi says, please take my bishop. I'm going to go checkmate you with all my pieces.
Yeah, this is... Bishop f5 was one of those moves that don't be surprised if he plays bishop d3 here. And hopefully lives to tell about it, because Black can still try to be aggressive with that knight on h4. So you highlighted the minority attack. What White wants to do here is target the c6 pawn. Focus on the queen side. That's the positional plan in the Carlsbad. But not bishop f5. Playing on that side of the board is exactly what Black wants.
Yeah, this knight on c3 should be over on g3. Then your king feels safe. The c file is open. That's just me dragging that knight over there. But that's not how the game works. It would have taken a while.
That's not legal. That's not legal. Maybe there could be a new variant where you get to place your pieces on one imaginary square at one time in the game, as long as it's not a check of the enemy king.
That would be cool, right? Just boop, knight to g3, and now suddenly White's doing okay. But White is not all right. Hikaru is not okay. He's down nearly a minute. He played bishop f5 too quickly. Knight h4, hopping forward is Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Danny, of course, is so early in the match. We still have the 3-minute and then the ultimate, the bullet time controls. But Jan Nepomniachtchi is just pouncing all over Hikaru. He is not letting him escape. The biggest mistake you can do is just take your foot off the pedal and just be like, okay, I have a lead. Let me play safe. Let me try to make a couple draws, keep that lead. He's just playing his great quality of chess, and Hikaru doesn't know what to do about it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And Hikaru is leaning in. He's calculating. And Jan is confident, poised, shifting in and out of the darkness, as you said. Light to dark. It's working for him. And Hikaru does what I thought he would. Just backs up to d3, which tells you everything you need to know. And Hikaru shaking his head because he knows bishop f5 was not the right idea. So it's a guy also can turn things around quickly. So Jan Nepomniachtchi needs every game he's getting right now, right? We know Hikaru is going to come at it when it comes to 3-1 and 1-1, but all roads right now pointing to Paris for Jan Nepomniachtchi if this keeps up.
I'm just looking at the holes around this king. Hikaru is who you thought he was, and he played bishop f5 back to d3 out of necessity, not desire. I am looking at this f3 square. It looks juicy. I want to bring this knight in, trade, and go for, what's that called? The pincer, the lobster pincer checkmate, whatever they call it.
I thought you were going to lean more on the desire thing. You are desiring those light squares right now. But Jan didn't go for it.
What do you make of that decision, Danny? He backs it up, but not like a Tonka truck.
No, not shaking what his mama gave him there. We're losing it here. Here comes knight a4, threatening a fork on b6. Jan says, not so forking fast. I'm going to play queen c7.
All right, well, at least White has what we were talking about. Now the c file is more attainable. There's a knight on c5. Don't bring a rook to b8 because that will walk into a fork with knight to a6. And then knight on c5 is a pesky pony. I'll use the word this time, Danny. And I just feel like these light square weaknesses that are around the White king, they don't feel like they're as big a problem anymore because black's piece is backed up instead of leapt forward. And speaking of backing up, the knight goes back to f8. Black isn't in a terrible spot, but strategically there are some issues. And strategy's thrown out the window. Let's go dynamic chess, Danny. I love the Alpha Zero or the Alpha Jan.
Well, I think he also senses it's probably his best way to create new lines again. Whether he missed knight f3 or not, we think he did. Maybe he realizes his attack has gotten worse. He knows he needs to keep the pressure on the king side. Whoa, bishop to d3, a blunder? That seems a little bit uncalled for. Shame on you, computer. Don't be so judgmental.
Yeah, that bishop is coming right around to help in the defense of the king. So bishop takes g3, I don't think worked, and knight h7, a very good find from Jan. So maybe it wasn't that reaction that we typically do. Oh my gosh, it's a blunder. There must be some kind of checkmating attack sacrifice. It just was a slow decision from Hikaru, and eventually this knight will come to g5, but not so fast. This pawn on c6 is under attack. So is it just the move bishop d7 here? Though that knight hops into e5. Danny, I don't think that this position is just like 0.5 better for black. It's very messy.
I totally agree. I was going to say, I love knight e5. And if he does have to play bishop d7, it's a wrong practical sign. This is a weird game. I feel like we have a better feel for this position than the computer does. There, I said it. I don't know what's going on here, but this is like black had pressure. It has slipped. And, okay, now Hikaru has the bishop pair. I almost would love to give up that e5 pawn and open up the bishop on b2 at the right moment.
Oof, that could be a nasty idea. And well, there's an attack on the horizon. Rook h1 trying to go to the open file, the starting square, and after the black king. So Danny, Jan is in some trouble here. He needs to find a way out. And I'm just trying to find maybe a c5 move. I don't know if it's fast enough, but the point is that the queen can't take because the bishop on b2 lacks enough defenders. And so the pawn's untouchable. He does play it.
Finds c5. Now he's forced to retreat, though, to keep the h-file off of white's agenda. This feels super dangerous. If you are Hikaru, do you just move the bishop on b2 to safety? But does black play c4 there? Man, oh no, Hikaru wants more. He's back to the attack.
He wants some kind of bishop h7 check. The queen and the knight are helping control that square, and there will be sacrifices galore and a checkmate against that black king. So I would be very worried if I'm Jan Nepomniachtchi. He makes the wrong move. Hikaru quickly finds bishop h7 check, and c5 hangs now with check. It's over.
Yeah, c5 hangs with check. That was just a blunder, but the threat was something like bishop h7 and then knight takes f7. The tactics were about to get super crazy, which is why Jan panicked and got the king off the h-file. Hikaru is going to bring this thing to a one-game advantage, and he might even have, he's going to get at least one more game here in the 5-1 portion with a chance to level things.
And for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he might just be waiting out his clock in this game, just letting it tick down. He might need to regroup because I can't believe that his king is the one that came under fire, given how this game started. But Hikaru's doing everything that you could ask for. Now he has to take with the bishop and then bringing the queen in with the checkmate against this poor, exposed, lonely black king.
Oh man, poor, exposed, lonely. I thought we were about to just, bust out the jazz. I was singing the blues with you there. Bishop takes c5, forces rook e7. That's no bueno.
I mean, there must be many ways to end this game for Hikaru. You can even just take on e7, go up in exchange, and then win that way. But you could tell Hikaru wants to end it here. He doesn't want to give Jan any chances.
Rook h4. That's a move. Rook f4 check is coming, followed by something to g6. I don't know, bishop or queen. Either way, it's a party. Okay, well, with extra time on the clock, it would be shocking if Hikaru doesn't bring this thing to a game. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, as you said, Robert, maybe he looks at that total match. You know what? He thinks if he lasts long enough, he could make this the last 5-minute game. I just did the math on that. That's not out of the possibilities.
And it's such a hard thing to figure out because on one hand, Jan is winning in the 5+1, so you might expect him to want more games in this time control. But on the other hand, the fewer games in the overall match, the less time Hikaru has to catch up. So it's not an easy decision. I think Jan, he's very well versed in these formats and knowing what to do. And that was a lovely move from Hikaru because at the very least, maybe not. I thought he was picking up g7, but not so fast.
He's going to switch over though. The queen and rook are pretty hard to deal with when it comes to the open files and 7th and 8th ranks. Jan is getting as much time off the clock, and it is interesting because he's been good in the 5-1, but I think he I don't think he's not confident in the faster time control. So just funny to see how he's dragging this one out.
Yeah, now it's definitely over, and Hikaru gives a check. He can't trade queens, but maybe that's not as simple as Hikaru wants. So he goes his queen back here and trades in better terms, weakening the black pawn structure. See, that's finesse.
Yeah. Well, even now, though, there's still the potential of a couple minutes going off the clock. I'm going to call that quite confidently they will get one more 5-1 game. I don't think Jan can make the whole 2.5 minutes go against a guy as fast as Hikaru. But stranger things have happened. Shout out to Winona Ryder. Obligatory. Just really turned her career around and got her back in the game. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't know who you were going to thank. You know, it could have been Sam Aston. You know, you could have gone there. Sean Aston? What's his name again?
That's true.
I think it's Sean.
I don't remember.
And he was Samwise Gamgee. That's why I called him Sam.
Oh, Samwise Gamgee.
I think so Hikaru does give up the rook. I was about to say, excuse me, that I thought Hikaru was trying to figure things out if it was as easy as the eval bar would make it seem. And yes, this is a king and pawn game. And Jan's going to play it out, I guess.
He's playing it out. Hikaru's going to go get a new queen. Jan finally recognizes that he's going down here in this one. Shakes his head. Puppy dog lips there. Okay. Jan not thrilled about that one. These two guys, I have to say, are two of the most emotive players in the game, right? They just let you know how they're feeling at all times. And whether Fabiano agrees with reading body language or not, Fabiano doesn't have the microphone. By the way, hi, Fabi. I know you're watching.
He's always watching. And we saw Jan Nepomuceno sitting next to Magnus during that World Team Blitz event and just making all sorts of faces. Those two were a hilarious duo. And in this game, after a loss, Jan plays an opening that takes us back to our childhood, where he has this center that looks quite nice. If black ever takes, white is saddled with an isolated pawn, but the knight improves his location. So I think both players are happy with the position that we have on the board. And Danny, Hikaru, if he gets the type position that he enjoys, he's super dangerous. And there's a knight on d3 that might wrap around to f4. This knight also looking quite dangerous.
Speaking of Samwise Gamgee, right? The knight is on one of the greatest adventures here. And will it make its way all the way to f4? I mean, by the way, you'll take b2 next if you give it to me. So Jan taking a think. And the only other thing you have to say is that after getting that win, Hikaru playing very quickly here. So even if both players were happy out of the opening, Hikaru seems very comfortable.
Yeah, he should be, because this knight, as you said, is poking at b2. I was expecting a move like queen c2 to protect and attack the knight, and then the knight heads back to f4. So I feel like black couldn't have asked for more out of the opening. Instead, he plays bishop b3. I have to say, wasn't on my radar. I was so locked into queen c2. But Danny, I like moves like this because you're staring at black center all of a sudden. He does play c6, does Hikaru, but what do you make of this? It feels like Hikaru playing super fast. You believe he's in preparation still?
Yeah, I mean, it would seem that way. He's got not more time than he started with, but still a lot on the clock, almost a minute advantage over Jan. But okay, maybe now he starts to think. He committed to knight f4. I wondered if there was a way to take b2 and put the knight on c4, but I don't think he wanted that, because as long as that pawn stays on d5, Robert, that bishop on b3 isn't partying, right? So Hikaru didn't actually want the take b2 knight c4 exchange. He wants to hold the center closed.
He's doing a great job. Rook e8 in the near future. e5 is a move that white can always consider, but that does hand over some key light squares. In fact, the f5 square would be available to this bishop. And if you play e5, black can immediately strike with f6, opening up files for the black attack, and in this case, the rook. So not easy decisions right now for Jan. He's down a minute and a half, Danny. I feel like Hikaru, he senses that if he gets this game, he can suddenly put Jan in a tough spot.
The SCC, such an event of momentum, right? You had all momentum in Jan's favor, and he's still up a game in the total match score. But right now, it just feels like it's turned back into one where Hikaru's super comfortable, up 90 seconds on the clock, closing the center. I think is what he wanted, whether he plays f6 or not. Yeah, I like this move, by the way. That bishop on b3 is not playing.
No, That bishop is definitely not doing what it needs to. In fact, it's just staring into a brick wall of a pawn on d5. But you can see what Jan wants. He wants to push the g pawn and start going after black's pieces. But here comes that f6 move. The white center, it might be in danger of collapsing. And for Hikaru, he's still playing at such a quick pace. He's well ahead on the clock. He's challenging Jan in the center. The king on h2 may meet a queen on the diagonal at some moment. So Jan does need to be very careful. And whoop, suddenly we see big advantage for black.
And we just had our first Danya whoop of the day. Shout out to Danya. We love you, Danya Naroditsky. Danya will be back, by the way. The semifinals begin in Paris. Danya will be there. Whoop. What is the whoop, by the way? Speaking of Danya, what's the move here for black?
That's a great question. I just saw the evaluation bar go down. The queen goes to c3. Not the most unreasonable move, especially with the knight heading to d3, but simple chess gives black the advantage. Sometimes the evaluation bar, Danny, makes me want to go for some kind of sacrifice, but it's not the first sacrifice. It's bishop takes h3 coming to a theater near you.
Just simple chess. Bishop takes h3 is a threat. Checkmate on g2 will be the end of that story if it happens. So, okay, Jan takes f6. We have fireworks. The best move, apparently. Does black just take h? No, black just takes back. Okay. And I guess smart. Hikaru's just maintaining the tension, baby.
Yeah, but Jan playing so quickly right now. I know he's down on the clock, but I mean, he's not spending any time here. He has the worst position because black has more activity. That bishop on b3 is still terrible, as you called it out before. The pawn on d4 isolated, which means it's the target. And black's king is safer because white's king is being stared at by all of these black pieces. You could see a sacrifice on g2 at some moment that you have to look out for.
It's creative defense, though, I have to say. We should highlight that Jan's idea is that, okay, if you took on e1, he would have taken with the knight, and then the queen would have guarded things along the third rank. And if you took h3 first, then white could have taken e8. So Hikaru apparently found the best computer move, as he does, using his time wisely. And okay, this is looking very scary. But Jan is still defending. What was it?
Just go back a move here, right? The eval bar went heavily in black's favor, and I was wondering if there were better opportunities. And you could see, like, Hikaru, he's trying to pounce. But the engine, this is aided by that. Bishop takes h3. If you take, then this knight pops in, and h3 is a target. I understand the knight can come back to g1, but now you're unable to cover the g2 square and submit down the g file.
I was sitting here, like, and then the moment you touched the 903, I was like, it's queen g7 at the end. You open the g file, and it wouldn't have been possible before, but that queen on a5 has sidelined herself to defending. So Hikaru missed this. Owie.
Yes, and look at Jan, by the way. That bishop that was doing nothing, here it comes. He's trying to save the day by saying, your knight on e2, it's deep in my camp, but it also can be targeted. So that miss by Hikaru, we know how amazing of a tactician he is. And if he had spent more time, I think he would have found that.
Agreed. It's almost like both of these guys are so quick and often thinking about using the clock as a weapon. But we've seen rare times where even guys of this level can overuse that weapon and maybe not sense that that was the critical moment. Now if you go for bishop takes h3, it doesn't work in the same way. White can take e2 first. And if you try to play queen g7 here first, I assume white can even get away with g3 maybe and defend. So although he might be thinking about queen g7 and whether he can go all in on an attack. So complete agreement. Hikaru should have slowed down. Will he have enough still for the attack to work?
Such a tricky position. Queen g7. There's also knight h4 ideas. And that bishop on f5 is loose. And this is the problem sometimes when you play these positions where suddenly things get intense and you may not find the right continuation. Speaking of g3, that feels like a very human move. And it was given a question mark because objectively it's bad. But actually, I'm not positive what the alternative was for white because you couldn't take on h3. Otherwise, the queen would have delivered mate.
Hikaru leaned in there. You see, Hikaru Nakamura, number 7. It's the most powerful magical number. He senses it, right? Expelliarmus. No, I'm kidding. Avada Kedavra. What is the kill spell? That's what he wants.
I don't know Harry Potter well enough, but I know that there might be some checkmates. Yeah, there's some like a big attack if this bishop moves out the way. I think the white knight might have to slide back to g1, Danny, but it's getting deeply uncomfortable.
Well, you see Hikaru frustrated, though. He's leaning in to the point where we lose him on the camera because he's hoping that if he gets his face right up against the monitor, he'll see the checkmate. I've tried that. It doesn't work.
Let me try. No, didn't help me at all.
Didn't see it any better. Okay, no, jokes aside, Hikaru senses it, and he's trying to find the checkmate.
but he's also heading down towards a minute. He does bring the bishop into G2. The first choice was correct, but now white is better all of a sudden? Oh, both the pieces are
hanging.
attack.
Oh my gosh. Jan Nepomniachtchi getting out of the woods here, and Hikaru shaking his head like, how in the bleep did this happen?
He cannot believe it. And the black queen is kind of stuck because if it leaves that last rank, the white queen, it goes into D8 with the very least a draw on the horizon, but probably a big attack against the black king all of a sudden.
Yeah, we'll have to take a quick review. Good for you, everyone watching at home. Game review is up next. So I think we know what we got to do, Robert. The final moments of what happened there, where Hikaru could have converted this attack, are on my brain. So we have to come back to it later. But right now, we're in the moment. Will Hikaru save this one? Now he's way down on the clock, too.
And here comes the white queen. There's at the very least a draw for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He can probably get this check, but king h6, maybe it's not just a draw. You know, you can't just find that and store in your back pocket. So what is it here, Danny? How do you think that Jan should continue? Queen g4 comes to mind because you protect your bishop and the black king's in danger. And no, he instead takes the bishop. Wrong decision.
Well, now Hikaru can take the bishop, I think. That's why it's equal, because you keep the knight protected on g1. Yeah, and he does it. And this keeps the attack going, actually. So Jan's biggest advantage now might be on the clock, not on the board. And this could still go. We got 3 results here.
We definitely do. That knight is about to go out to e2. It's going to escape, which will allow the queen access to g1 and all sorts of other threats. So Jan may try to. There he goes. He wants to make a draw here, and now he can go back and forth.
Yep. Hikaru, frustrated, will probably have to take it if Jan chooses the draw. He's going to use his time here, as he should, before he fully commits, because if there's any way to make Hikaru's life hard, he only has 14 seconds.
And Jan, plenty of time right now. He's done very well to use the clock as a way to save the game. Queen e6, so he doesn't just go for the repetition. Now queen e7. Is there f5? I was wondering in some positions if that black king can be lured out into the open. And Danny, Hikaru is kind of playing for a win, it would seem, but he may play for a loss if he's not careful.
He could lose this game if he goes king f5, and he does it. Hikaru wants it. He wants to tie up the match before 3 minutes, but he might live to regret that.
He walks
and he shakes his head.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that king is in the open. This knight can be captured if you want it.
Yeah, just take the knight. And if queen g4 check, you have knight g3. There's no perpetual.
No,
Hikaru,
there's not.
Oh. Jan
Check.
giving a chance? No, there's going to be a mate somehow.
Wow, and Jan is finding it. So queen h3, queen h5, queen f5. It's mate, and Jan Nepomniachtchi wins the game.
Unbelievable. Again, Hikaru, he lost that game. I mean, Jan Nepomniachtchi converted, but Hikaru Nakamura had every opportunity to repeat moves, but he couldn't let it go because earlier in this game, Hikaru was definitely winning. Either way, we have a 3-game lead for Jan Nepomniachtchi headed into the 3-minute portion.
Yes, we do. Nobody could have sensed that Jan Nepomniachtchi would come out swinging in this way, but Danny, 5.5, 2.5. Hikaru had a chance to cut this down to 1. Instead, it's gone up to 3, so everything went right for Jan.
You couldn't have drawn that up better. It was almost like it was scripted in terms of the storylines we were talking about to start the day. We said the last time these two guys played, Hikaru had a 6-3, so 3-game lead headed into the 3-minute portion, and we literally said Jan probably needs to reverse that score if he's going to have a chance today, and that's exactly what happened. Hikaru Nakamura has his work cut out for him, but so do you right now, partner, because you're going to review this game for us and show us what Hikaru probably could have done differently to maybe convert on this attack.
Well, here we go into the game review, and it's coulda, woulda, shoulda, but did not happen here for Hikaru Nakamura. He has what looks like a great attack. The white king is open. We see Jan, he plays rook to e1. That's given the double question mark. It feels a little bit harsh. You're just trying to get to the open file, but this is where things start to go wrong for white. The knight hops into e2. The white queen slides up to a5, and here's where we found the first miss. Bishop takes h3, not the easiest move to play, but you're just trying to further expose the white king. We looked at this line during the commentary. Knight comes to h4. The only way to protect h3 is to bring a knight back, and after queen g7, there's mate on the horizon. So if we return to the game line, we saw the knight come to f4 first, perfectly logical, but great defense by Jan Nepomniachtchi. And then there was a second opportunity. After bishop takes h3, white had to find a really challenging move. Rook takes e2. That's not going to happen in such speed chess. Instead, we saw g3, very human, and bishop g2, correct find from Hikaru. But after knight to g1, this is where the real mistake happened. It's a hard move to play. It's actually, you won't believe it, queen g7. You're leaving your knight under attack, but the whole point after gf4 is similar to the other variation. There are all sorts of nasty checkmate ideas. Bishop f1, that deserves 3 exclamation points, maybe 300. The rook can take to protect the knight on g1, which is now loose. You have to take that bishop because otherwise queen g2 would be mate. And after rook takes, knight f4, bishop f3, white is holding off the checkmate for now, but still the attack rages on. The white king has to go out into the open, and even here, it's still not obvious. It seems like the move, I'm using the engine off to the side here, f5, I mean, come on, this is asking for too much. Yeah, Danny, I hear you. This is just ridiculous stuff. Hikaru cannot be blamed for missing a deep variation with a double piece sack, but as the game continued, just to zoom through here, white was actually winning. Hikaru could have made a draw at this stage once Jan made a mistake. Queen to f5 immediately, not even queen g4, which probably was still good. Queen f5 first, threatening here. The king goes back. Queen g4 is check, protecting the bishop, and white will scoop up some material along the g file. But as the game went on, Hikaru had a draw, and at the last moment, he decided not to take the draw with king g7. Instead, goes forward, but playing for a win sometimes is playing for a loss because the knight came to f1, and that was that. In the next few moves, the black king got quickly checkmated. Hikaru resigned before make it happen next turn. King f4 is met by queen f5. That is check. That is mate. That's a 3-point lead for Jan Nepomniachtchi. But what a game that was. And what a missed chance for Hikaru Nakamura.
And what a game review by Robert Hess. I hope everyone else was enjoying it as much as I was. I'm just sitting here taking in that line, Robert, that you showed that Hikaru missed. And you heard me because I'm like, it's hard to blame someone. It just tells you why Hikaru was shaking his head in frustration. He's like, what? How did that not happen, right? But what a computer line that would have had to been. So you really have to give Jan Nepomniachtchi the defensive credit because he made Hikaru's life hard, and it was too much for him to solve. So, all right, you know what might be too much for you to live with personally at home, fans, is if you miss the Speed Chess Championship live in Paris. Apparently, though, arena tickets are already sold out completely on Sunday and Friday. Hans Niemann and Magnus Carlsen play on Friday, so big surprise there. They're already sold out. Arena tickets for Championship Sunday, but there's still all kinds of other tickets and access available. Watch party tickets, be with the commentators, be a part of the experience. Saturday still has arena tickets available for the consolation match, and that sounds just as fun and just as good as far as I'm concerned. Make sure you're there in Paris. Use the command TIX to get yours. They start at 45 euros a piece. Well, we're going to give you some time to do that while we take a quick break and head to the 3-1 portion. The 2024 Speed Chess Championship, Jan Nepomniachtchi with a 3-game lead over Hikaru Nakamura in our last quarterfinal, and we will be right back.
Hey everyone, I'm Hikaru Nakamura, and this is my Google Auto, wait, what was it, Google what? This is my Google Autocomplete. So the first one we're gonna do is right here. This is, what is Hikaru Nakamura IQ? This is a great question, obviously. I don't know the answer to this one myself. I did an online fun one on stream and it was 109 or 102. Obviously, that's not accurate, but nobody knows. What did Hikaru Nakamura study in college? That, of course, the answer would be political science. I did not actually finish, but I would have majored in that. What is Hikaru Nakamura ranking? Okay, currently number 3 in the world in classical chess, and I think number 2 in Blitz, something like that. What is Hikaru Nakamura's favorite opening? I don't necessarily have a favorite opening per se, but I do like the move 1e4. How old is Hikaru Nakamura? The answer, of course, would be 35 at the present time. How tall is Hikaru Nakamura? And this one, it's generally 5 feet 7.5 inches. I don't know what that is in European standards, but it's something decent at least. How much does Hikaru Nakamura make. Obviously, I do quite well as a content creator, so I think that's all that people really need to know. How to pronounce Hikaru Nakamura. Now, even myself, when I pronounce my name, it's definitely more Americanized versus Japanese. Certainly, if I was pronouncing it correctly, it would be more like Hikaru as opposed to Hikaru, but I've spent so much of my life here in America that that's just how I pronounce it, and everyone does the same thing. Is Hikaru Nakamura Japanese? Answer obviously is yes. I am 50% Japanese. My biological father 100% Japanese, and my mother is Caucasian white, primarily a mix of Scandinavian if we're being really technical, but I'm 50% Japanese. Is Hikaru Nakamura world champion? So this, of course, a generic question. It depends what format of chess they're referring to. If we're talking about all forms of chess, I am currently the Fischer Random World Chess Champion. If you're referring to traditional chess, I am not the world champion. Is Hikaru Nakamura the best chess player? Now, a lot of people like to think I have this massive ego and I think I'm the best in the world at chess. I am pretty good, but definitely not currently the best chess player, and historically nowhere near the top. But I would say I do consider myself to be probably in the top 10 to top 15 chess players of all time, which is still pretty good, all things considered. Thanks to the audience, of course, for asking me these questions, and I hope that the answers are very enjoyable for everybody and they learned something new today.
This summer, Paris, France is set to hold the greatest sports spectacle the world has ever seen. And no, I'm not talking about the Olympics, though that's pretty cool too, I guess. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. In the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, 16 of the world's greatest speed chess superstars take up the gauntlet. Only 4 will make it to Paris. For the first time ever, you are invited into the battleground. Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets. Hurry before the clock runs out.
He's a 5-time speed chess champion, but he's down 3 games right now as we head into the 3+1 segment. He has also changed his shirt, I believe, Robert has. Hikaru Nakamura now sporting a light pink polo as Jan Nepomniachtchi makes his way back and the camera struggles to focus. What does Hikaru need to do here, right? A lot of these games, Robert, have been very close. You could say they could have gone either way, but the scoreboard speaks for itself, right? He's down 3 games. What does he got to do?
Well, it can be a struggle to focus on the move ahead of you when you are down by 3 points. But for Hikaru Nakamura, there's plenty of time left in this match. He is one of the best bullet chess players on the planet, if not the best. He didn't win the BCC this year. That honor went to Alireza Firouzja. But the point is that when we get down to the bullet section, if he's within, say, 3-4 games, he will really feel like he can make that comeback. But he cannot let this slip away. He can't play up in Jan Nepomniachtchi style, where it's getting tactical, but Hikaru is forcing it while Jan is reacting to the moves at hand.
Yeah, and I'm not even gonna say that the bullet is as big of an advantage for Hikaru as it might be, say, in the Bullet Chess Championship without increment, because increment is the equalizer. And if Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing the better chess today, and or if he has a 3-4 game lead, that might not be enough. Remember, it's also only 25 minutes of total chess in the bullet portion. So we're looking ahead because we've been here a lot of times and trying to outline what the potential storylines might be. But I think Hikaru needs to right the ship quickly. I guess that's what I'm saying, Robert. I don't think he's relying on a comeback in bullet.
Nope, I don't think he is either. But actually, if you look at the position we have right now, already white is to be favored. And I believe there were some potential moves that were like knight to e5 going after that pawn on b7, and now we have returned to a normal looking position. So Do I trust that Jan, plays the openings that he knows? Of course, but sometimes we make little mistakes at the early stages, and he's going to be happy that he's not really paying much of a price for it.
Sometimes our opponents don't catch us in those mistakes. That never works out for me. Every time I blunder, they find it. That's how it feels anyway. Okay. But all right, we see Jan's cumulative score in the 3+1 portion, just over 50% historically in the SCC. Hikaru scores the third best all time. We know that Magnus Carlsen has the best record in all 3 time controls. Alireza Firouzja actually now with the second best 3+1 score of any players in the SCC history. So Hikaru would like to make a dent in that. Hikaru also hasn't played 3-1 yet in this quarterfinals round. So if he can get off to a start and maybe level things here before they head to Bullet, he would love that.
Well, Queen b5, trading the queens, gives us a position where white has the upper hand thanks to the pair of bishops on a relatively open board. And I just gave that Queen b5 move a thumbs up rather than a question mark. I thought that was harsh. This endgame looks very favorable for white. And I would like to point out the clock, that Hikaru can make moves quite quickly. Already you see Jan is paused because his rook on a8 was stuck protecting a7. He brings his knight up to b4, kind of awkward with these 2 knights here. a3 would just kick that knight back to where it wants to go, to a square like c6. So I still think white is much better here, thanks to that lone light square bishop. But Danny, perhaps Jan can figure out a way to sort of neutralize this edge.
Well, and he's done it before. If you're just tuning in, you see the scoreboard, and that is what matters in the end. Hikaru's been objectively winning in 2 of the games he lost. Now, they were complicated games. Jan Nepomniachtchi gets all the credit in the world for defending and persevering under pressure. But Hikaru has had advantages, but he needs to convert in some games. I guess that's my point, Robert. He can't let another one slip away.
No, he would be really upset with himself. This position, it's far from winning everyone, but white is better. The light square bishop is part of it. And now after this move, it says that white has a great advantage. And knight a4 going right after the c5 pawn. White's rook joins the party. b6 would drop material because after bishop takes d5, then the b6 pawn would be captured. Danny, knight to d4 threatens nothing. Here come more of Hikaru's pieces. I think Jan, he's suffering. He doesn't really have a way out.
Completely agree. And I'm looking for the concrete way that you break through now. That knight on d5 is the only thing standing between the bishop on g2 and every pawn on the queen side. That bishop takes b7 and then a6. So it makes you look at knight to b6. Also e3, you kick that knight first, and then something like king e2, you can start to come forward. And at one point, white will need to get those knights off the diagonal.
Wow, that move was given a question mark, like an incredibly logical move, getting that knight out of d4. But I guess because white has to back up bishop to d2, c5 is now not capturable, and now that knight goes in with a double attack. So we have to say that Jan is doing very well to stay in a game that looked like it could get out of hand quickly, and also pausing at the right moment. Taking on b4 with the knight, Danny, that's not an easy decision. It was the correct one, and he's given himself a fighting chance with opposite colored bishops.
Yeah. Completely agree, and he's doing it with less time on the clock. This is, if you had to say one reason why Jan Nepomniachtchi has a 3-game lead over a perennial SCC favorite, it's because of the defensive moves he's had. Honestly, it's because of how resourceful he's been in times when he's been under pressure. So he's once again got it back to level after being worse.
And look at this position. In that long-term weakness on b7, it's gone, and now black is active. It was a trade of pawns. It wasn't even a loss of pawns, but when pawns go off the board, rooks, they smile. They get open files, and here the rook is on b5. Once this knight moves out the way, b2 will be a target. I'm not really sure what this h-pawn push is all about, but Hikaru maybe trying to open up more files for his rook. Don't be surprised when a rook swings to h1. Danny, I mean, the evaluation bar says even black is slightly favored. Do you think that's the case, or do you think the clock is a bigger part than what's happening on the board?
I think Hikaru's advantage on the clock has him still in control in this one, but I want to give a shout out to rooks on open files. They smile. I haven't heard that rhyme before. Is that like every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings? Every time a file opens, a rook smiles? That was good. Sorry, I just kudos. All right. The checks are irritating for black, mainly because that bishop on e7 is a target. And if you commit king g7 or king g5, e6 hangs. Okay, but are you going to play king e5? Jan Nepomniachtchi just does it. OMG. That king is fine.
Didn't we just see Hikaru play king f5 and lose a game? So king e5, it makes my heart palpitate, but king e5 is safe. Even if the pawn could go to f4, not legal here. It's not checkmate because the king can go back to d6. So that's important to point out that white wouldn't threaten a checkmate even if the bishop were to move, say, to a square like c6. So that would be the move that I would be looking at. Instead, the bishop comes to h5. It can also wrap around to f7. Danny, it says equal, but Jan has to figure this out with under 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, but I think okay, now there's a threat of rook takes e6 checkmate. That rook cannot be taken, and it's a brilliant move. Our first brilliant glyph on the board, at least in real time. Hikaru sacks the rook for mate. That's usually a decent trade, but Jan obviously not going to miss it.
But f4 is also a threat, so rook d6 would be met by f4 check and mate. Although it's not mate, the king goes to d5.
No, it's not mate. It's d5. Yeah.
Oh.
And that, it's still not good. Maybe because c5 is hanging? I don't know.
Knight goes back to
c3. Knight to c3 was the move.
Whoa! And he gives up the rook with
what?
check. Rook b6. There's still f4 ideas.
Okay, the fact that Hikaru found that is crazy to me. I'm like, you're walking into lines where that rook is hanging for multiple moves. Sometimes we have to take time to explain why it was a blunder. Hikaru showed exactly why it was a blunder. Not that we can't look at it, but wow. He strikes first, being Mr. Nakamura in the 3-1 portion.
I think we should take a moment to look at what just happened there, if we can get a second, just because we're in the opening stage. I'm going to pull up the old game, and that way we can figure out where Jan could have survived. Because, Danny, if we're being honest, right here after bishop f7, we did not see a single move that was clearly okay for black. So, okay, come on. The move here was king d6.
Oh my gosh, you walk into the face of danger.
And
you allow rook e6 and king d7, and it's still a draw, apparently.
Chess is ridiculous.
Because opposite colored bishops.
Just like knight b6 check, you can take it because this rook on c4 is still hanging. So the king just had to find safety, but that's so difficult to do in those positions. Let's go to the current game because, you can fault players sometimes for missing something, but that was really difficult without much time on the clock.
Wild stuff. By the way, I feel like we went too fast around how nice the move knight c3 was from Hikaru, because the reason it worked wasn't because it was a trade of rooks on c4 for b5. It's because it threatened f4 checkmate. The knight on c3 guarded the d5 square. And I know we're now talking about a commentator sin is to talk about a position that's not on the screen. Apologize. But if you want to go back and look at that game, reminder to anybody watching on YouTube and Twitch, you can go to chess.com/events and choose your own adventure. Some of you shall do that. Wow, what a brilliant game there. It is still a 2-game lead for Jan Nepomniachtchi. What do we got here?
Well, I see a question mark, which tempts me for some kind of sacrifice, but Jan, he doesn't go for it. Knight e4, not the best continuation. So white's still doing fine, but apparently there was something more ambitious, probably a knight up to f5 and a knight to h4. Those kind of moves typically are to be played when you have a queen and bishop on the same diagonal. But Danny, that's neither here nor there at the moment. We have seen a pair of knights come off the board. Bishops now staring at each other. I kind of like white's position, honestly.
Yeah. Okay. I'm processing. I'm letting that sink in a little bit. Why do you like white's position over black's? The a6 pawn is weak. C3 pawn is weak. The d file is owned by black. And I look at the bishop on c2 as not being that great behind the e4 pawn. So teach.
Well, the d file was under black's control, except white actually had every square covered, right? D3, D2, D1, D4, D5, all these have white's pieces staring at them. And now that black just kind of shuffled about, you typically want to move like c5 to get yourself some counterplay, open up some files. Now that the black rooks have left the d file, and I think now it's clear, right? Before it was like, okay, that was a matter of choice, a stylistic choice. Now it's like, wait a sec, what did I just do here? All black's pieces are moving backwards and whites are taking over open files and moving forward.
Yeah, but it was still prophetic by you. Shout out to Johnny the Prophet. That's right, because it wasn't clear to me then. It is clear now that white's in control. The d file firmly in control. The c5 square dominated, although you wonder if black will try to sack a pawn and make them doubled at some point. And that knight on f5 is irritating AF because black can never play g6 because h6 hangs with check.
And that's the worst part about black's position. And look at this g3 move. That knight on e6, where do you think you're going? Not f4, not d4. You can go to g5, but thank you very much. You're welcoming my pawn forward, and I'm happy to push that there and kick your knight back. So white just seems to have a great grip of the position. And Danny, Queen a7 at some moment could hurt. Bishop d3 apparently not the correct decision, but Queen a7 at the right moment, even with some trades, that could go after Black's loose pawns.
Yeah, watch out. The pawns on the queen side are not as safe as they look. Look at that alpha 0 pawn, though, h5 from Hikaru. He wants to play g6, although Jan Nepomniachtchi aggressive with the rook on d7.
That's what we call in chess a collinear move. You think that rook, it's a mouse slip, rook takes rook was the intended decision, but no, rook d7, saying, please, let's trade on my terms. My rook will slam down in the 7th rank, and this queen can join the party and line up on the d file. And so this position, white is squeezing black. g6 might have been an idea, but now knight h6 check, the f7 pawn.
Well, exactly. I was going to say rook d7 was perfectly timed after h5, because now knight h6 check, you double up on f7, and the party is on. So Hikaru may have played h5 to play g6, but he can't anymore.
Is knight e7? Is that here? Or no, queen takes e7. I actually tricked myself.
Knight e7, queen takes e7, and if rook takes, white would take on backward take with d1 with check first. So Jan doesn't fall for that, but he's still better in the queen and knight endgame here because of all of black's weak pawns.
And knight g6 apparently wrong move, but both players are making mistakes. It's the nature of a blitz game. And Danny, we haven't talked about it much, but look at the time. And maybe that's why Hikaru is making these incorrect decisions. He's just trying to play quickly.
Well, now he's in trouble because c7's hanging, a6 is hanging. He's lucky for the moment that if white takes any of them, the e4 pawn falls with check. So Jan instead offers the queen trade. But this feels really tough for black. Yeah.
I'm going to do it. No, I couldn't do it. But that was a brilliant move. That truly was an excellent move from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Instead of taking any of the weak pawns, he gets the queens off the board because, Danny, look at this majority on the queen side for white. We have 4 pawns compared to 3 for black. And now it's about maybe getting after this cemented pawn on a6 or trying to poke some more free.
No, that was brilliant. And by the way, black had to trade because f7 was hanging as long as that queen was on d5. Jan Nepomniachtchi getting himself a knight ending that works. By the way, knight takes b5 might be a threat on the... Can you stop the pawn? Was knight takes b5? No. Okay, didn't work. I don't know.
I guess the black knight was getting back in time, but now apparently there are mistakes from Jan than what was a winning position. So it's equal on the board, but the clock is not equal. So Danny, Jan might have been making a mistake by playing a little bit too quickly, trying to force Hikaru to get into even more time trouble.
There's a threat of knight e7 check, which would win on the spot, so Hikaru blockades the pawn. Yeah, Jan might have blown this one on the board, but he still has a huge advantage on the clock. And, okay, wow. Knight endgames for the win. Let's learn something together.
I feel like Jan is just completely going wrong here because he is essentially trying to play bullet chess, but there's increment. And knight c6, apparently the wrong move. You're trying to keep the king out. Made perfect sense. What white needs to do is keep the black king stuck, and that's why he brought his knight to d3. So I think we might... Oh, I thought we were going to see a repetition, but Jan's trying to win, but black's getting that pawn.
He might blow this now. Hikaru was happy to take the repetition, having defended as long as he did. By the way, maybe king b6 was fine there for black. He didn't play it. He's going to win the pawn anyway. And Hikaru Nakamura is suddenly playing for a win in this endgame.
Yeah, Jan, I mean, he just moving his king back and forth. Maybe to go after this g6 pawn. Knight d5 check, go up to e7. But, oh, wow, f3, the right choice. That's a hard move to play. But g6 is weak.
What? Hikaru trying to use the b pass pawn before taking the a6 pawn. He wants b4, but you can't go too far. Oh, my gosh. What is happening here?
Jan's losing. Hikaru gets it done. The b pawn is too strong. It's over. Completely over. Jan Nepomniachtchi was winning in the endgame. Queen d5 was brilliant, but everything after that, Danny, went completely haywire for him.
Hikaru takes a swig of water. He's kind of laughing a little bit, maybe because he knows that Jan pushed too far, and suddenly, I guess Jan returned the favor. We had a game earlier in this match, everyone, where Hikaru declined the draw and ultimately lost. Here, Jan Nepomniachtchi declines a repetition and goes down in a knight endgame. And just like that, here comes Hikaru.
I mean, Jan went from a knight and pawn endgame where he had the upper hand, and it just seemed like things really couldn't go wrong, but they did. And as they tend to do against Hikaru and Danny, it was a 3-point lead. Now we're down to 1 point separating these two players. Since we've started the 3+1, everything has gone right for Hikaru. And you see some bishop e6
takes
move,
e6
question mark. It has to be, right?
Hikaru pausing. He sees it. He sees it. Rook takes e6 and queen b3 with knight g5 coming. Or knight g5 first is probably even better because of queen d5.
Yeah. He goes queen e2. Apparently not the best, but still good. Danny, is Jan tilting?
He is streaky. I don't want to call that yet, but he was up 3 games when everything was going his way, and he might be blowing a 3-game lead after this game. Wow. What a turnaround this has been. I feel like that was, I know it's an obvious reference. It was Title Tuesday-esque, right? Anyone who looks at Hikaru's games in Title Tuesday, it's obviously the scores he puts up are impressive. But what's also impressive is that he's often winning in games like that where he has no business pulling it off, and he gets his opponents to overpress and somehow swindles in these endgames. And that felt very Title Tuesday-ish.
It did. And both players now are just playing very quickly, the evaluation bar on a seesaw. And I think what bothers Jan the most is not even the fact that he lost, but that he lost in like a knight and pawn endgame that he knew was winning. So that just gets the players where they're sometimes you just get outplayed, you clap your hands, you congratulate your opponent. Other times it's like, what is wrong with me? How in the world did I not win that? And then how did I lose it? So Jan right now, I mean, he's losing his thread on this match. The g6 pawn is under fire. The king on h7 is in trouble. But Danny, an exchange is an exchange. So if Hikaru doesn't prove this attack, if he doesn't continue bring his forces into the game, and Black is able to get a couple moves like queen d6, bring this a8 rook maybe to e8 and play a move like e5, we could see the evaluation bar turn back in Black's favor.
For sure, but he's also down a minute on the clock, and Hikaru eats positions like this for breakfast. By the way, you hear they're making a second Happy Gilmore? Long story. We'll talk about it.
Are they really?
Later. Yeah, apparently. Knight e5 is played, which stops e5, as you said. E5 would have been a great thing for Black because when you have rooks, you want to open files. They smile, as Robert has said. This was a good move. White keeps the bishop pair, and queen h5 threatens h6. Oh my gosh.
That is so sick. I wasn't even looking in that direction. And queen h5, Jan can't protect the h6 square.
No, and Hikaru has gone into casual Hikaru mode. He's snacking, he's drinking. He might be leveling this match if he gets queen takes h6. Wow. Okay, well, time to turn things around. Go ahead. What?
Do you see anything for Black? Like, the eval bar is not sky high, which means that Black has a chance to stay in this game, but I wouldn't know what to do if I was sitting at the board.
Yeah, I have no idea. How do you defend this position? The queen is taking h6 with check. The bishops are developed all the way back on the first and second rank together. As you pointed out, it's illegal to take the queen on h5 because it's pinned. Wow. It's funny. That's the best move, apparently, but it still just gives back the exchange and loses h6.
But you know in that earlier game, Danny, where it was Jan who was up a pawn with the white pieces, we were talking about the knight versus bishop dynamic with queens on the board. Yeah. Like, when I look at this position, of course, white is much better, but here comes the queen. And there could be some problems in the light squares, so credit to Jan for staying in this game.
Yeah, this was absolutely the most resourceful way to defend the position. Hikaru plays the calm bishop d2. Now he can play rook e1, and that queen is overloaded. She has to guard the g6 pawn.
If that means you have to go to f5, you're trading queens. That's not good when you're 2 pawns down. Instead, we see the queen go to c2. It's tucked away over here, applying pressure while defending, but h4 for the score. Danny, that's a great move from Hikaru.
Yeah. h5, and he's live. The g6 pawn is going to fall very soon, and that centralized knight is great, but it's not enough without any concrete threats. I think h5 is probably still preferred here.
Looks good.
Even if
Looks
the pawn,
really
yeah.
Just go for it, right? Send them.
Just go for it. You open up the king. Don't let him escape. Jan, though, again, this is not over. It is Blitz. Hikaru has to convert on this, and how? You're
going to laugh, Danny. I said, why did he go king f7 instead of king d7? The rook on f8, was under attack from the queen on h6. So I've made a one-move blunder. We have the queens off the board. So Danny, let me ask you, 2 extra pawns, but knight that can attack this light square pawn, for example. Does Jan have any chance, or is this completely over?
f3 was a great move to answer that. Keeps the king out of further light square activation. No, I think Black definitely has a chance because the knight centralized can keep up with any bishop, and those pawns aren't queening yet. But there has to be a trick here. There has to be some sort of target or eventually white king will even the playing field and the pawns will get going.
Well, the H file is open, which is important because the rook goes to D8, and even if the white king gets to E2, the rook swings right back over to H8. As you said, those pawns aren't going, and this knight is a A4. Rook A8 and A4 at some moment might be really dangerous.
Hey, in endgames, it doesn't matter how many pawns you have. It's who gets a queen first, and black is about to get a passed A pawn. Jan Nepomniachtchi is keeping this close.
This is ridiculous. I mean, the knight is not coming. If C4, knight to C3, maybe to B1 at the right point. The rook can come to B8 later. Oh my goodness. Yeah. This game.
And you see Hikaru there, he just kind of grimaced. He's like, this is a lot harder than I thought.
King F5 is possible.
Love that move.
Though I think I dropped a very important E7 pawn. So
yeah, but it's a centralized king. Don't apologize. Just kidding. All right, rook B8 was a good move though, even if it lets C5 go. Black has got to keep the pressure. How do you do it?
He's trying his best, but rook C4? Is there a rook B3 now? And G3 is hanging.
Oh, rook B3 is next. But it's actually not great according to the computer because the C6 pawn is too fast.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's over. And Hikaru knows it, and Jan knows it as well.
Jan goes for the tactic, but it's a blunder. And Hikaru Nakamura has leveled this match by winning the first 3 games of the 3-1 portion. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? It's been Jan Nepomniachtchi dominating the slowest time control, but Hikaru can't be stopped.
What a turnaround from Hikaru. He changed his shirt, he changed his game, and he changed the scoreline. It is now 5.5, 5.5. But Danny, the bit of good news for Jan is we know he's a streaky player. Sometimes he tilts a little bit, right? It's good to be up 3 games when your tilt starts because now the match, it's just square one. We're at zeros, and white has a healthy position here. So I know Jan is going to be frustrated, but I wouldn't be frustrated by having a knight on E5, having a queen and rook at these doubled ugly pawns here. So Jan, he's doing well, even if this is Hikaru's prep.
Well, let me ask you the same thing you asked me when Hikaru was down. Should Jan be fine with just a peaceful result or 2, right? Stop the bleeding, as they say. Let's stop losing and just, balance the force, if you will. At this point, is that in Jan's head just to kind of calm down?
By the position, I think so. And if we reflect back on the 2020/2021 candidates, it was paused for unfortunate reasons. There was a global pandemic. But Danny, we were talking about this openly, that Jan was the biggest beneficiary of all that because it stopped after his loss to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And that way he was able to start afresh, tied for the lead, and then go from there. So in this match, a draw in this game wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but he might try to do it Magnus. He has a better pawn structure, black with isolated pawns. If the best at some point for black is to say give up a pawn and then be in an objectively equal endgame, of course that's good news for Jan. For example, A3 and then taking on C7, that would just be a one-sided endgame where only white can win.
And it's because in the end of these exchanges, which is an important rook ending pattern to know for those watching who want to learn something, if you trade B for C, eventually white plays a move like rook C4 when the black rook is on B2, and there's no way for white to defend the A4 pawn. That's kind of a common exchange, and one of the reasons why split pawns are so much worse than connected pawns. So here we see it's a teeny advantage, but Jan is the only one who can win, and Magnus Carlsen won an endgame just like this yesterday.
I'm looking at this position, and I would always hate to have it from the black side because in my head, I know it should be a draw, but then you have to prove it. And look at Hikaru's clock. He is the one now down about half a minute. Jan is playing confidently. Jan is playing for a position for 2 results. You either draw with best play for Hikaru, you make one slip, and suddenly the endgame could be lost. So I really like this from Jan. It's the great way to try to turn the match around. Take on C7. Watch out for Hikaru. F7 is a very valuable pawn. And that's a really good way of dealing with things. Rook to B6, exclamation point.
Great move. The computer didn't give it, but I agree with Robert. You're still going to go into the endgame we talked about. In fact, it's the exact pattern I pointed out. So an important and instructive one to know. At the same time, this is an objective draw. If black can keep the rook on the 2nd rank or even 3rd rank and be behind the A pawn, it should be hard. But obviously, as Magnus proved yesterday, it's easier said than done, right? Arjun Erigaisi could not hold on this exact endgame, just the colors reversed.
Although now it's slightly different because Magnus's rook was somewhere up in the corner, like in front of the pawn. Now the rook is on the side of the pawn. And in some of these positions, right, if you take on H4 and then the rook takes back, black could be stuck with split pawns and the white king can quickly sprint on over to the help the pawn to the other side. So the good news for black, the f2 pawn is in the rook sight, so king d4 will drop the pawn, and then it becomes a bit of a race.
And it's really important you point out the difference between the rook here for Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Magnus Carlsen's rook, because if that rook was on a8, white could push a5 right now. That rook is really not ideal because white's pawn is stuck, and the black rook is both holding it back while spying the pawn on the king side on f2. So just good to point out that's why we might just see a draw. No, Jan's going to keep pushing, but well, a lot harder to make progress here for Jan than it was for Magnus.
Right, his rook can never leave the fourth rank because a4 would drop. And as we see, just a bit of shuffling at this stage. And if Jan wants to win, he risks losing. And I don't say that as a joke. Like, his king would have to run all the way to a square on the b file, which would give up some of these kingside pawns. So you have to be very careful before you sprint that way. But he's made some progress, Danny.
Yeah, he has. He moved the pawn up at least one square. I don't think it's enough progress, but and we see why. Even though the pawn advanced up one rank, it's the same problem. The rook has to stay on the fifth rank to guard the pawn. You would like to have it on the a file so you can advance a little further. And as you pointed out, the king can't. Wait, is he going to take now? Hikaru's considering whether you transition. He does transition to the other endgame.
Yeah, this is a smart play from Hikaru because even without the h-pawn, it's a theoretical draw. So for those of you who are looking to improve your game, that a rook, king, and f and h pawns against rook and king, even without pawns, it still is a theoretically balanced game. And with the h-pawn, Danny, it's just that much easier.
Yeah, and Hikaru's going to give us some endgame technique here. From a match meta perspective, we're in one of those weird spots, Robert, where there's no storyline. The match is tied, so there's not really an advantage for either player at this point if another couple minutes come off the 3-minute time control. By the way, we will likely take a very quick halftime break right after this game is drawn before we finish with the last few games of the 3+1. So just FYI on that for the fans, the programming ahead.
Do you remember, Danny, when we used to not have a break at halftime, the players would be just exhausted? You know, they would just be playing for hours straight.
Not only that, man, we had no break at halftime, and it was 90 minutes, 60 minutes, and 30 minutes instead of 75. So we're getting old. We're building these programs around the gray hairs on my head because we're like, hey, everybody needs a break here. Come on.
Oh, well, it's good for the players. And I would say at this point, it's good for Jan because he is holding this game. I mean, he's the one who's had an extra pawn, but it allows him to regroup. And I wonder if they'll change their openings. That's what I'm always curious about from an X's and O's perspective, is once you head into that break, you have 4 minutes, you check your phone, maybe your second texts you, like, maybe try the English next game instead of d4 on the first move. So I am curious to see after this draw, because I don't see this game going in any other direction, if the players will shift gears.
Yeah, it's always a good question, and sometimes revealing in terms of not just the advice a second might have gave them, but also maybe a strategy they had coming into the match, right? We've seen players change openings after a break at the right transition of a time control, which can sometimes get a practical win or two, even if it's not because of the opening, but they just surprise their opponent, right? And I think, again, I said, without saying the player in the field, I talked about some of the strategy in that, and he said that he often tries to change openings at those transitions because it is a little bit harder from a practical perspective for your opponent to think through what you might have brought.
That's a good point. And I think that Jan is doing the right thing from a match strategy perspective. And the reason why, when there's a clear favorite, as Hikaru is, the fewer games, the more variance, the more likely it is that Jan can win this match. Shuffling back and forth, it's not the most exciting thing for the players, the fans, the commentators, but it's the right thing for Jan to do.
Agreed. Now Hikaru is pausing to think about how to repeat again. He does just go rook b5. We have a deadlocked match, ladies and gentlemen. It's 6 games apiece after a 3-game winning streak from Hikaru Nakamura. We are all tied up. But Robert, I think you made a good call. Probably advantage Jan for that draw because he did stop the bleeding.
Yeah, he had a comfortable draw. He had an extra pawn. Now he can head into this break feeling a little bit better, not on the heels of 3 consecutive defeats. So I think that both players obviously will have their chances. Hikaru, he's found his form. Will Jan Nepomniachtchi regain the form that he started this match with?
Hikaru found his form. Will Jan Nepomniachtchi regain it? Will you find that subscribe button as we head to a break? Because fun fact, if you're a subscriber on Twitch, you can actually have an ad-free experience on Chess.com. Your support helps make these events happen. We do appreciate it. The best chess players in the world appreciate your subscription and your support. because it helps bring and support what we do here. You also get exclusive emotes, like that Robert Hess emote right there with the big eyes. That is the dorkiest freaking emote. Robert Hess, dorky emote. Love that guy, right, Robert? A hilarious emote from you right there. Okay, LOL. Any Hooters, we're going to take a break. It's a deadlock match. The 2024 SCC continues in just a few.
Introducing Chess Events by Chess.com, the brand new app that helps you stay up to date with the latest tournaments and results of the most important games. Get breaking news, tournament updates, live stream coverage, results of your favorite players, or a specific matchup you're excited for. Never again miss a tournament's final outcome, a critical moment, or news recaps by the world's top chess journalists. Chess Events makes it easier than ever to bring the chess world to you. Download the app today.
Have you ever seriously considered switching careers?
Yes, many times.
True, also.
True. So what? Give me one career you seriously considered, or maybe there was a time when you felt.
Sure. So I went to college when I was 17 or maybe I just turned 18 years old, and I was going to do political science and go into politics and have nothing to do with chess ever again. So that's just one of several times that I seriously considered not playing chess.
What was the reason for that? Was it you were just genuinely young and had other interests, or did like something happen where you were like, I just don't know
I was burnt out. My rating had kind of stagnated in the high 2660s, 2670s ish, and I just wanted to try something different after having only played chess for my whole childhood.
Okay. Have you ever been drunk during a tournament game?
Can you rephrase? Do you mean classical? Can you just rephrase it? Yeah.
Have you ever been drunk during an over-the-board tournament game?
No.
Huge lie.
Yeah? Good. Have you ever been drunk in an online game?
Yes.
Yes.
Vachier-Lagrave refers to what kind of chess?
Bughouse chess? I don't know. I have no idea.
Who defeated Viswanathan Anand in just 6 moves?
Levanaronian? That guy.
What opening did Itsufu refute in Bob Champs 2?
Or the London. Either the London, the Stonewall, or the Copycat. 3 answers.
Who was the #1 rated woman in 1984?
I don't know it. Pia Cromling, Anna Cramling's mom, of course!
Who is the only player to have won a World Cup while not representing an EU federation?
Okay, who is it? And how could I get that wrong? He's a famous legend.
There's a lot Danny doesn't know about chess, but there are some things you do need to know. Danny's new course for Chessable covers everything you need to know in just 2 hours. Check it out for free today.
It's the Speed Chess Championship. It's the halfway mark in the 3+1 portion, and it's all Hikaru Nakamura in this second middle, slightly faster segment, Robert. The guy came out swinging. He's leveled the match, and your thoughts?
Well, you can see it all right here on the scoreboard. I think nothing more really needs to be said. Jan Nepomniachtchi came out swinging. Then you see that Hikaru Nakamura, he got a little bit of a rest going into the 3+1, and he came out hot. 3.5 in his favor at the moment. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's still even thanks to that really great start of his, but he needs to correct his recent form.
He sure does. Hikaru came out hot. Looking hot in the hot pink shirt, or is that salmon? I always confuse my different shades of pink. You've got hot pink behind you. How's that chair feel, by the way? I mean, that's back support?
Yeah, very comfortable. I also got a pillow, just helping me out. So I'm looking at this position, and I think I'm going to need your support to figure out what's going on here, because the queen just came out to a5 after a pawn was captured. That's check to the king. That's check to the pawn. What is going on here, and is Hikaru ready for it?
We've seen he switched to this Catalan kind of tricky c4 move order. There was an opening maybe where Jan even got away with one a few moments ago, but this is now clearing up. We're getting the same structure they had in those QGD QGAs, in that the center has blown open, but not the same piece placement, right? You've got that Catalan bishop on the long diagonal, which is usually advantage white because it makes the queen side harder to develop than you think. So
totally.
Yeah.
And the queen on c5 is actually misplaced, right? Because bishop e3 comes the tempo, or rook to c1, or rook to d1. And if we just do a quick count of how many pieces are developed, black is really lagging behind it. Okay, I was not expecting that because of your Catalan bishop comment. Danny, b5.
I let myself get distracted by a Slack comment. I promise it won't happen again. No more Slack. Back to looking at chat. Say only kind things today. B5 was crazy, and Hikaru plays knight g5. Now, that's a typical Catalan trick you have to watch out for. The computer doesn't like it, but it hits the rook, and the idea is that now the f6 knight often is open to tactics because of the checkmate threats on h7.
Wow, but Jan just develops the knight to c6 to block the diagonal, and because the knight at c4 was loose, we see an exchange of pieces, and then it kind of reminds me of the previous game, the one we just saw, where it's even material, and it may remain that way, but there could be an endgame that's slightly better for white that you could try and press, and the reason why. Split pawns for black, healthier pawns for white. The bit of good news, I would say, for now is that black is a little bit better coordinated and on the offensive, but that c4 pawn, that sticks out like a sore thumb.
Also, good news for Jan on the clock as he's thinking now. Hopefully I don't go full jinx. Shout out to Joshua Chamberlain. But the time this game has been better for Jan than some of the other 3-minute games where he got way down.
It's true. And I was wondering if c3 is an option here, but I think white could even consider playing b3. It's a very hard position to figure out. I'm making use of a pin along the b file down here. That was the point of c3, and to make the b2 pawn loose. But I don't really know. That's my honest take. He does play c3. The bar doesn't budge, but there are some risks here, Danny.
Yeah, the back rank being one of them. He's got 99 problems. The back rank is one. Oh, bishop f6 first. Doesn't want to allow anything with rook c8 check. Maybe he'll take on b2 with the bishop, actually. Possible.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is that if black had captured on b2, there was like rook c7 with tempo against the bishop and the a pawn. So by playing bishop f6 first, he can take on b2, and he starts with the rook. Then he could take with the bishop, so he doesn't get back rank checkmated. But Danny, is white not just better? Look how active this rook is. A knight hopping up to g5.
It's one of those things where endgame philosophy, you say that bishops are better than knights when you have pawns on both sides of the board, but forget endgame philosophy. Endgame concreteness is that white's pieces are primed. Knight g5 makes real problems in black's positions. You can't move the f-pawn because e6 falls. And if you play rook f8, it just feels ugly to put a rook on f8, and seems likely the a-pawn will get targeted in some nasty way.
Yeah, very directly, right? Even rook a7, the bishop will protect it, but black is tied down. Jan Nepomniachtchi, and this is what great players do, is oftentimes we want to sacrifice a pawn for activity, but Jan says, I will be passive if that is the correct choice. And a3, a lovely choice by Hikaru. He wants knight e4, where the bishop no longer can keep in contact with the pawn. So both players playing very well. Danny, I'm more concerned about Jan's clock at the moment, down a minute, and now he's down to 50 seconds.
Apparently JC lives, and I did jinx Jan Nepomniachtchi because the moment I said he was doing fine on the clock, he goes into the think tank, and he's going to lose that a-pawn. Hikaru playing for 2 results here. This is going to be a big hold for Jan. And even the rook ending has more winning chances than the last one we just talked about, everybody, for white, because the more pawns you have on the king side, here there's 4 instead of 3 for Hikaru, the more chances you have to create weird tricks, open up lines, different types of weaknesses. So this is not an easy hold for not Hikaru, Robert, especially with only 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's so similar to the previous game. We saw this going in that direction, but I like your point that with the additional pawn, it is better for the side that's pressing. One thing you hear is when ahead, trade pieces. Here, it's actually not the case. And the reason why is that if the white king ever does run over to the queen side, white has more pawns remaining to stop black's pawns from getting to the other side. So a pawn moves up. Danny, I think both players playing this very well. Jan needs to be careful. He's down to 30 seconds, but you make one inaccuracy. It's not just an inaccuracy. The game could be over.
Yep. This is a typical idea, again, for those tuning in to learn some things about rook endings. Apparently, it's that kind of day. You keep the pawn on a6 because why did I say that? The risk of playing a7 is that now if your king ever comes over, you have nowhere to hide, Robert. We could just quickly draw arrows. You get there, and the black rook checks you, and there's nowhere to hide because the pawn actually took away your square. The advantage, though, is that now the black rook is forever stuck because with the pawn on a7, you are 1 square from queening. So I actually don't like that Hikaru played a7, honestly. I was trying to highlight why you don't go for that, but maybe he recognized that he didn't have as good of winning chances as he thought, so he's trying to just mix it up.
Yeah, but what you said is very true. The pawn a6 would have allowed the white king, if could get forward, up and in front. Now we have still an extra pawn for white, but black wanted rook h8. The white king is cut off. Black will protect this pawn here. Here come the trades, and that's always going to be good in this case for the side that's defending because you want to trade all the pawns. Rook and pawn versus rook, that would be a clear draw. So black wants to trade 2 more pawns.
And note the black rook doing a hero's job over there of just keeping the white king out of the game. There's nothing Hikaru can really do as long as that's the case. But what's funny about this position, Robert, is there are positions where you can't even play king b3 and rook c4 because you could lose the king and pawn ending. You have to be a little careful if black's king goes to g4 and f3 quickly. So it might work here. Hikaru obviously calculating whether he can get away with rook c4 to cut off that invisible force field, and he does. But you have to be careful.
And we see the rook gets to f1 to attack the pawn. And if you play rook c2, this is exactly what you're talking about. The black king very quickly comes into the position, and you actually could see black get the upper hand if white is not extra careful now.
This is what I was worried about. Okay, like Hikaru calculated it, forces Jan Nepomniachtchi's rook back to the D file job of the force field, but black is in a dangerous. I mean, black is putting pressure on white. This is dangerous with that king on f3.
It really is, because if this rook were ever to go up to a5 to try and take this pawn, you lose 2 of yours, and that black pawn is more advanced. And here comes the rook. Hikaru has to be very careful as both players approach time trouble. Black's pawn is a little bit more active, but love that move, Danny.
That's so key. See, so key. G4 for the score. Now you can trade and play king c3. King takes g4. No, you can't. You lose that endgame. So you can't trade. He plays rook g5. Wait.
And apparently king f2 was not the right move, but that looked like the natural choice.
It was king f3 first. Oh my god, Hikaru's going to lose this rook ending.
Can you believe that? Up a pawn to losing. Well, of course, we will have to analyze it later. And this is why you're protecting the pawn right now. And
wow.
Rook back. You can't, I was about to say, you can't take e3 because rook d8. And it's resignation. Jan wins.
Yeah. This is one of those rare times where you see a guy like Hikaru misplay a rook ending like that. But also, we were right the whole time. And I'm not just saying that. The fans watching the show could see it. I was so nervous about what Hikaru was doing. And playing for rook c4, allowing that king to g4, we were calling it the whole time. Like, hey, this is actually risking losing. But he went for it, and ultimately, he regrets it.
I mean, up a pawn in a rook endgame, to lose that can hurt your soul. And you see Jan, he takes on b5, and now it's Hikaru who's paused because Jan has sacrificed a piece, and he didn't win it back, which he could have right away with pawn to d4. Instead, he's playing this very ambitiously, hoping that his pawns can storm forward. And if Hikaru is greedy, Danny, and he wants to keep the material, he could find himself in some true danger. But it seems that Hikaru knows this opening, even though it's quite tricky.
Yeah. That was wild. Hikaru just lost the rook ending with an extra a pawn, right? I mean, it just shows that chess is hard. And you have to be careful and practical about what is actually on the board. You can't let the emotions of thinking you're the only one who could win allow you to push past the point of no return. So what a match this is. Jan Nepomniachtchi regains the lead. If you're just tuning in, Jan had a 3-game lead after the 5-1 portion. Hikaru came storming back, but now he's the recipient of a big gift from Hikaru, is Jan, and he's got a 7-6 score.
But this is a very bad sign for Jan. You sacrifice a piece, you don't go down the typical continuation because you want to play tricky chess, and now you're the one thinking, while down a knight for 2, and it could be 3 pawns if he takes an a6, but this is clearly not expected from him. And when you just win a game, Danny, I don't think you really want to get into this kind of territory where suddenly you have no idea what you're doing.
Agreed. You're not supposed to sack a piece and then not know what to do. That's like a pro tip, right? So I don't want to go so far just yet that Jan didn't know what to do. Maybe he was clarifying his prep, because the other argument, Robert, is after you sack a piece, you better make sure you play it right. And maybe he was just slowing down to make sure that he remembered what to do. Ultimately, he plays f3, and it's a wild position here.
Yeah, the correct move. So we have to, of course, credit Jan for finding the right continuation. And now it's Hikaru who's thinking, so maybe they both are right, that this is tricky. So it was the exact moment where Jan did need to slow down. I just expected that if you're going to sacrifice a piece, you typically know the follow-up. And here, speaking of follow-up, this f-pawn can rumble forward. The knight jumped into e4. I don't know why that would possibly be a question mark. The knight was under attack. If it went to e6, f5 would have been a fork. So how could you not? What is happening?
And now the computer's like, I don't know, but sometimes the computer doesn't have a lot of time to think. Okay, boys and girls, let's forgive the engines, because when you're down a piece, okay, Hikaru's just winning here in a couple moves if you find Queen H4, right?
I'm just
Knight
really.
F2. By the way, can you just show Queen H4, please? Okay, he played it finally. Because if D takes E5, just show it real quick. Give me the mate. Give me what I want. Come on, give it to me. I love it. That's checkmate. So that's what's happening, everybody. And I don't know what white does here.
I'm trying to figure out a way to not just be down a full rook, because that's the current concern. What could there be? Rook f4. There's queen takes f4 with knight f2 to follow, so that doesn't work. Queen e1 played.
I don't know why. I thought you were going to say "I caramba," and I've never heard you say that in your life. But you went "I," just like I don't know why. My head filled in. It was we almost completed each other's caramba. I don't know.
Well, this is looking like an oy vey, not an I caramba. Before Jan Nepomniachtchi, rook takes e5 check. Bishop takes, king takes f2. Perhaps that's what you need to go for at this stage, because black is now up a piece and white has what, 1 pawn to show for it?
Yeah, it's funny because just the players have been laughing a little bit. They've got some inside jokes that we don't know about. After Jan won that game, and they kind of laughed it off, I think, because he knows he stole one in a rook ending. Then he played this piece sack, and like, I don't know what was going on there, but okay.
No, doesn't look very okay for Jan here. Knight d3 hits the bishop, hits the e pawn, hits the b pawn. b5 pawn is still loose, but knight c3 is just a good way, ignoring the initial threat, and some of these trades may allow white to survive.
Yeah, down the exchange, but everything else going for white. More active pieces, threatening c7. Hikaru's going to have to unwind. But yeah, if Jan saves this one, then it would be appropriate to the whole day. I think the reason Jan has been in the position he's been in is because he has held a lot of bad positions, and he might be doing it again right now.
I don't fully understand. Rook takes c7 comes to mind as well. I know you're giving up 2 pieces for a rook, but you get this d7 pawn, so it's 2 pawns for a bishop there. But e6 also, I'm taking away that exclamation point. That was the only move there at that stage. So rook f8 didn't really deserve an exclam. But I think that things are getting very tricky at the moment, and that's good news for Jan, who's down material.
100%. This is Hikaru has to win this game all over again, despite what the eval bar says. That's a passed e6 pawn. That knight is irritating as all giddy up. Horses go giddy up. That knight goes giddy up. It loves it.
And I think Jan wants to play b5 and get a rook c7 check, going after this king and trying to spring free that passed pawn. So Hikaru objectively has great winning chances, but it's really tricky at the moment. Like, the knight is so frustrating, as you're indicating.
Yeah, and now both sides are under time pressure. Hikaru was in control on the clock, not so much anymore. It's wow. It's wow. All right, b4 hanging. That opens up the diagonal. Oh,
yeah, he wants this.
I don't think Jan saw that. That was a blunder, and Jan shakes his head. The moment he did, you know it was over. Hikaru, I think, will level the score here.
I mean, if he doesn't win this game, then I don't know what to say. He wins actually immediately because Jan resigns.
Yeah. Hikaru will level the score. We have a deadlock match. We have what the people wanted, which is a thriller to take that last spot for Paris. Who will join Magnus Carlsen, Hans Niemann, and Alireza Firouzja in Paris, France? It's the winner of this match. If you're just tuning in and didn't get the memo, the first ever live Speed Chess Championship is happening in Paris, September 6th through 8th.
It's going to be super exciting there. I mean, we already have 3 awesome competitors, and we're going to get a 4th, either the number 2 rated classical player and 5-time, Speed Chess champion Hikaru Nakamura, or the number 5 player in the world at the moment, and somebody who's won the FIDE candidates twice in a row. Not this last time, but the 2 before that. So, Danny, as we get into this position, I've had this from the white side before. You typically like the bishop pair, but not when a bishop is staring into its own pawn. So black's position is very healthy and quite active, and the c-file is about to be under black's control, the only open line in the position.
Yeah, I feel like things are just going back and forth. One player wins, the other player gets off to a great start. Hikaru wins and levels the score. Jan is off to a great start. I like that move, bishop h3, though, just because it's fun, right? I mean, get off the file, rook.
Well, you didn't want to allow to leave both of those rooks in the open c-file, so the rook goes back to e8. e2 is hanging, so a rook c1 move would offer a trade, but drop the pawn. And look at the pony go. Danny, you talk about the 2 bishops advantage. I don't really think this knight is any worse than the enemy bishops.
Completely agree. Completely agree, especially when you have the dark square bishop on the long diagonal combined with the rooks on the c-file. This is like a Sicilian player's dream in terms of the pressure that black has on the queen side. And that knight is so good. White is fantasizing about heading into the obstacle bishop position if you can. Oh my God, maybe you should have.
White has no control over squares, and I think players, our audience members, they typically think about where's the checkmate, what piece can I attack. But right now, black just has the clamps on. e4 under black's control, so no queen e4 business. The e6 square is vulnerable, but white doesn't have a knight to jump in there. There are no open diagonals for the light square bishop, and that's really what should be white's advantage here. So black is just on the offensive. If you play b3, you welcome in a fork, knight to c3. This looks terrible. So if Hikaru survives, I'd be extremely impressed.
I was going to say, I was wondering what move he had to play there, and he answered a rook d to c1 apparently was borderline the only move or the best move. I mean, I actually, as you highlighted it, was having trouble finding any moves for white. But this takes advantage of the fact that the c-file is weak. And even if you win the b2 pawn, there's potential counterplay. But I guess, no, if you trade everything on c1, the bishop guards b2. That's the key. So it just kind of tactically holds everything.
So Jan takes with the bishop, and now a rook lands on c2 again. Queen b3 does kick this rook out, or does it? I guess queen c4 would have met by queen takes b7 idea. So rook c3, and we could maybe see a draw if Jan wants that. But what are you going to say?
That would be a wild draw.
I guess it's hard, though, because if you don't make this draw here, b7's under attack, a7's under attack. So even though white dropped a pawn, black has some weaknesses to take care of.
Yeah, it's so weird. You've won that pawn, but now your pieces are paying the price. They're all tied down. White is threatening to get 2 pieces for a rook, as you just highlighted, with rook takes b2. And now it's hard to see what black does. If you move the bishop, as you already pointed out, the b7 pawn is hanging at the end of the line. The queen and rook have a battery. Okay, so are we going to get a little game of tickle? Queen b4? We've already been here before. Hey, that rhymed.
I think queen b4, rook c4 is quite likely because rook a3 comes to mind. Giving up 2 minors for the rook, but winning this a2 pawn, I would be a little bit concerned if I was Jan because the king is open and dark square bishop for white is on the board, could lead to an attack. So I think this is the right decision from Jan Nepomniachtchi. But my one question, Danny, does he want one more 3+1 game, or does he want to let the time elapse? I mean, that's a question for both players.
That's a really good question. And I think he's answering it by letting the clock tick out. Well, I guess Hikaru's answering it. Who wants bullet more, right? If you're Jan, you know you're the underdog. So the closer you get to the finish line and the game being level, that's the best. Maybe that's the best chance you have. Okay. No, Jan says, I want another 3+1 game. I'm going to get this draw in the books before those 40 seconds you see above Nepomniachtchi's head run out. That's how the SCC format works. Why they have not accepted a rematch, I don't know, but now they have.
But Danny, Hikaru couldn't wait more because it was up to Jan to make the 3-time repetition. So Hikaru probably wanted to send it to 1+1. Having the white pieces is a bigger advantage with more time on the clock. But Hikaru couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, Jan would not have repeated the position. So Jan forced his hand, gets another game with the white pieces. And Danny, this is a pawn sacrifice from Hikaru. The engine says, yeah, white's better. We know that players prepare very deeply with super strong engines. They might have something, but Hikaru is paused. So did he mean to do this?
He's shaking his head. So I have no idea.
Accident. I think he actually just lost the pawn in the opening. Look at Jan smiling. He's like, okay, I got to go for this.
Yeah, it's like what happened?
Bueller? Like, isn't white just up a healthy pawn here?
Hikaru's down a pawn. Jan smiled. The one thing I guess black has going for him is the off-square bishops, right? That increases your drawing chances in theory, long term. Dark square bishop for white, light square bishop for black. But give me white. Give me the extra pawn, and black's pawns are doubled. So that was weird.
Very bizarre. But I think now, because the A2 pawn is loose, that there were some opportunities to trade queens in that position, even though you were temporarily down a pawn. That's a miss. Knight D2 looks like a perfectly reasonable move. And Danny, that bishop on B2 is a very happy bishop, as queen G4 at some moment will threaten me.
Happy camper. Yeah, I think I like white's position more now than I did before when the eval bar was higher, because it seems more clear that queen G4 is coming, and Hikaru, does he have to take E4 and go to that endgame? It's so risky when that knight is on H7, right? Even if you win back the pawn, is that knight just not going to play where it matters most?
That's the big question. And there would be a rook landing on D7 very quickly. So what we're telling everybody is after some kind of trade on E4 and the queen trade, the problem for white is A2 and E4 are attacked by both the black's rooks. And neither white rook really wants to move. But when these trades happen, white controls that open D file, and that can be really problematic for Hikaru to deal with. Hikaru's now down 30 seconds. He's currently down a pawn. And Danny, you know he's calculating the forcing continuation of trading off more and more pieces to try to win that pawn back and hopefully hold the game.
Yeah, he has to. I mean, trying to find something very concrete in regards to a solution here, because he's down a pawn, whether he blundered it or not. Seemed more likely that he did. So now we're going to see a bunch of quick moves here. What does Hikaru have at the end of this variation? Knowing that if you take D1 and take A2, there's all kinds of things like rook D8 check, knight F8, the bishop comes into E5. Feels super scary for black.
Yeah, and Hikaru might have to do this, but he's also getting low on time. He just plays knight to G5. Clear point is evacuating the H7 square, so the king can run there. E4 is under attack. A2 is under attack. I like Jan's decision, though. He gives up the central pawn, Danny, because a rook can still slam on D7, a bishop on E5. White is clearly better.
Completely agree. White's going to win back that pawn that he just gave up. That knight and rook have to find concrete counterplay, because the rook and bishop are they're just a much better duo in these types of endgames with pawns on both sides of the board, because they can do the long-range things that the rook and the knight can't. And this is a critical game for Hikaru to not head into the bullet down a game.
And I think he's trying to meet rook D7 with some kind of pawn C4 stuff, giving up this pawn, trying to continue to pry at white's structure. Here it comes from Hikaru. He wants to take and then put his knight on C5, and suddenly these pawns are weak and you can't keep them all. So I think Jan might have to resign himself to taking like this, and it's an ugly extra pawn rather than a healthy one.
Yeah, I think you could see from Jan's facial expression there, maybe he didn't see and or underestimated C4. Because now that it's played, it feels like Hikaru's drawing chances are much better now.
And a5, by the way, is tempting. Rook takes a5, pawn to b4, kind of some funny business with a little fork there. But I guess after a5, there are also options to move the knight first and things like that.
Well, can't you even take it b4 and then rook b5? If you take c5, I get b2. I mean, yes. I don't know.
No, that's a really good point that you can just, Uno reverse, pin it.
Uno reverse, the greatest card in Uno. Thank you for mentioning that. Shout out to Alireza, who apparently doesn't know what to do with Uno cards. So shout out to you, Firouzja.
Maybe he feels like he's aged out. You can never really age out of Uno. What a game! But no, this game, by the way, Jan is spending a lot of time here. So either he might just force a draw, or I don't know what else he can do. But he's not happy that he's spoiled this advantage.
Yeah, simple chess there from Hikaru. Take one pawn back up with the pony. Grab another pawn, I think. Or are you playing knight e6 with tempo? Oh, no, okay. Knight e6 would have allowed rook b4. Okay, I see. Yep.
This knight is stuck. It's actually frustrating in positions like this when it should just be equal, but you can't move very easily.
This is super funny. Computer says equal, but like if knight b6, rook c6, you don't have rook a1 check. That's actually massive because bishops move backwards. I learned that like yesterday.
Danny, if Hikaru loses this game, he is going to be furious.
Yeah. I mean, but it is losable. That bishop dominates that knight. Note, everybody, that the white king doesn't want to put itself on a rank that can be checked because that would allow knight b6, and on rook c6, you can move the rook with check and get out of dodge. That's a very nice move, actually. That's huge because now rook c4, knight b6, Robert. That's key.
Yes, and there's no pin, so the rook went to the right square, now knight b6, and we see trades. This is completely even. The players know it. That means we're heading to bullet, tied 8-8, Danny. Hikaru's comeback in the 3+1, complete.
We are tied. Again, we had a tale of two segments, everybody. Jan Nepomniachtchi, that man, was up 3 games after the 5-minute. Hikaru Nakamura levels the score, exactly reversing it. Speaking of Uno reverse, 5.5, 2.5, 5.5, 2.5. 5s and 2s are the same number reversed. Oh my God. Like, where is lost John Locke? I would go back to the island.
Well, I don't know what island to go to from here, but Jan Nepomniachtchi, he gets a break. That's kind of like going on an island. You get to be by yourself. Don't have to play against that opponent and get some much-needed rest because, Danny, this has been a very topsy-turvy match.
It has been, and with the type of player Jan Nepomniachtchi is, how streaky he can be, if you're Hikaru Nakamura, you got to be nervous because if Jan gets out to a good start in bullet and wins the first couple games, this match might get away from you. But all right, we don't want to let game review get away from us because Robert Hess breaks him down better than anyone. I knew you were going to choose this one. Thank you, because selfishly, I need to learn more rook endings. Please, Robert, take it away.
Okay, will do. This is game review, and this is a position that doesn't exactly showcase what's been going on in this match. There's been a lot of tactics and fireworks, but here we have a rook endgame. Rook and pawn versus rook and pawn. That should just be even, right? Same amount of material. Not so fast. Here in the position, Jan made this move rook f4, which is super tricky because you say, weren't you going to take me? No, that wasn't going to be the case. That would have been a draw. And if white takes black, look at that eval bar all the way down. The point, everybody, is that this pawn can't go anywhere. It gets captured if it goes to g5. And if you try to chase down the black pawn, black isn't taking. Instead, black's pawn promotes first. You see it's more advanced on the board. That wins the game for black. King d3 met by king to f3. So as we get back to what happened in the game, rook f4 played. The rook went to g5. Not the correct move, but how could it not be? You're protecting the pawn that was under attack. And here, actually, Jan made a mistake. The winning move, despite the natural-looking moves of getting the king out of the pawn's path, was actually the counterintuitive and inhuman king to e2. If this white rook moves, the pawn goes to e3. That's the whole plan, is you want to keep the white king away. King g4 doesn't help at all either. E3 check. The white king, if it tries to help this pawn, it's not getting anywhere. The black king goes up. The pawn is free. You're not stopping that. So king e2, that didn't happen either. So you would think this game ended in a draw, right? White made a mistake, black made a mistake. But no, after king f2, opening up the path for that pawn, white has the move rook f5 or rook h5. Again, not natural moves. The point after rook h5 is if the pawn goes forward, now the white king steps back to d3. e2 is met by rook h2 check. That means that white is just in time to try to chase down that pawn. Rook f3 is also met by rook h2, rook e2, the pawn is not getting anywhere. So what happened? Instead, the position king c3 was played, but that's not going to do the trick. The pawn goes forward, and now it cannot be stopped. Hikaru tried to get behind it, but after rook takes pawn, king d3, you can't make any progress. e2, the rook captures that. So what did Jan do? He goes rook to g3. He is protecting his pawn. The rook goes up. The rook steps in front of the king. Why is this so important? If you tried to go rook g7, hoping rook takes e3 for rook check, the king has to stay in touch with the rook. There's rook check here. That's not what would have happened. Instead, white would have given a check on f8 and then won the pawn back. So that is why rook f3 first, and then the rook released, and that's why Hikaru resigned. He cannot stop rook check and pawn push. Then black will create a bridge, build it, and win the game. That is typical endgame theory. You should all look that up yourself. The bridge in the endgame, and that is how Jan Nepomuceno stole a game. He won a pawn down position earlier, and that allowed him to keep this match tied as we enter the bullet.
Pretty awesome tool on Chess.com. I mean, just fun fact for everyone, it's the #1 reason people go premium. But game review would be better if Robert Hess would go over every game for us. So I have a proposal. Will you do that for every member on Chess.com for every game they play for the rest of your life?
I'm not going to promise that, but that would be an exhausting and horrible experience for me, but maybe it would be enjoyable for others.
That was awesome. Again, rook endings are effing hard. That was some complicated stuff. Thank you for breaking it down. It shows you how tricky these games can be. And that's one of the reasons we're deadlocked as we head into Bullet. And I'm going to give you one more reason, one more chance before today's show is over to get your SCC tickets. I'm not gonna even say much more than look at the faces on the image in front of you. You don't want to miss Magnus versus Hans. Alireza Firouzja awaits the winner of Hikaru Nakamura versus Jan Nepomuceno. Use the command. We'll see you in Paris, France. Robert and I got to take a break because it's bullet time, baby. The 2024 Speed Chess Championship, the last quarterfinal battle, continues when we return.
Do you show a bunch of different faces to psych your opponents out?
He felt very uncomfortable answering that question.
He's lying, okay.
Do you have a Lee Chess account?
Did you successfully trick the lie detector test at any point in the game?
Huge lie.
Are you really worth $50 million?
Are you intimidated by Magnus Carlsen?
Do you consider yourself a genius?
You know, he tried to dodge the question now.
No way he's telling the truth on that. I mean, I'm not even strapped in, but I'm nervous, so hopefully you're doing good over there.
Yeah, this feels like when you're at the doctor and they take your blood pressure.
We're here with another episode of Lie Detector Chess. The one and only Hikaru Nakamura has been strapped in. Super Grandmaster, your streamer, World Fisher Random Champion, 5-time US Champion. I didn't come with a pedigree list beyond that, so we'll leave it there.
It's good enough.
Pretty good intro, okay. You know who he is, or you wouldn't be watching this video, that's the truth, because I'm just the guy asking the questions here. Hikaru has never seen these questions before, and I'm actually just seeing them for the first time now too. Let's go. Do you believe anybody is better than you at speed chess?
Yes.
Who?
Magnus Carlsen.
I think Hikaru's lying.
He's telling the truth.
He's telling the truth?
Yes.
Okay. I think, okay, well, there's good to know.
Oh, wait. Now he's getting your reaction, so he's not really completely sure about it.
I'm gonna switch gears. Do you think if you focused on just classical chess, that you would become world champion?
In the current environment, yes.
True.
Love it.
Hikaru, can you make a first move now?
Sure. Okay, here we go.
We're saying all questions are going to revolve around Magnus. That's why there's the ambiguity.
Okay. No, I'm gonna get to some others here. All right, here we go. Do you think Levy can become a grandmaster?
No.
Very true.
Very true. Okay, there you go.
He's just a little bit too old. I think, as I've said a few times, if he were doing this maybe 3-4 years ago, I think he'd probably get to GM. But I think with the rating decline and where he's at, I just don't see it.
Okay. Has streaming made you a better chess player?
Yes.
Lie.
Really? Do you enjoy streaming more than playing?
Yes.
Both. He's not really sure.
Okay. Okay. I gotta go back to this. So you don't think streaming has made you a better chess player, or you were trying to break the machine?
I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna leave it at that. All right. Okay.
Can you ask him if he's trying to cheat on the test today?
No, there's ambiguity to the questions. That's why.
Okay, got it. Okay. I'm not trying to do your job or anything.
It's like I'll give you an example. If you ask me, do I enjoy playing classical chess more than streaming? That answer is probably gonna, like, if you ask me that question, it's gonna be yes. So it's like classical chess I probably like more, but I like streaming more than I like online Blitz chess, for example. There's like ambiguity.
Yeah,
that's why.
That makes sense.
You know, he tried to dodge the question now, huh?
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He tried to dodge the question whether you should ask him if he was going to try to cheat on this test today.
We are tied. That's the royal week, because really Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi are tied as we head into Bullet. 8-8 is the score. These guys are stretching, they're flexing, and you know what? They're impressive in the 1-1 portion, Robert. The team pulled up some 1+1 statistics to show everybody the view. One of the things that pops out, of course, is Hikaru Nakamura has played a lot more Bullet games because he tends to make it farther than anyone. But your thoughts on what pops out to you with these numbers?
Well, I mean, the average think just 1.55 seconds for Hikaru. The third point sort of explains the fourth, that Hikaru gets up on time by move 20, right? He is just so fast, so strong, and has played so many games because he keeps winning these matches. But Jan Nepomniachtchi is no slouch either. Danny, you see those numbers there. And I think we also have a very ambitious Jan today as he enters the Bullet portion tied, which has not been the case in previous matches against Hikaru.
You get this feeling Jan wants this, right? And he knows what he's up against. I'm not saying Jan doesn't want to win every chess game he ever plays, but there's a vibe there from Jan Nepomniachtchi today. I think he really, really wants this victory. He's gotten himself in a position to maybe get it, tied with Hikaru Nakamura heading to Bullet, but it is Hikaru Nakamura and it is Bullet. So what do you say to someone? You say, good luck. Here we go.
And Jan, you see him focused. He is getting ready for the Bullet. There's that 1 second increment, which usually comes in handy if you have a winning position but are short on the clock. And for Jan, it's his 7th appearance. We see his overall record 5-6. He wants to even that up. Mentioned earlier, he's beaten Dingley Ren in this format. So Danny, we know that he can beat some of these top players, but Hikaru's only ever lost to Magnus Carlsen.
Yep. Well, at some point, those records are made to be broken. We always say that Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen, they kind of only lose to each other here. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, if you told him he'd have a chance with 25 minutes of Bullet chess, I think he'd take it. Here we go. He's got a decent position here in some sort of weird dragon. What do you think?
I think it looks good for Black. White looks quite passive compared to other dragons. That knight went to b3, back to d2. Black's pieces all in healthy squares, and at some moment, Black can try to break open this queen side. But White is, aiming towards the king side. There could be an e5 in the near future, opening up the f-file.
E5 in the near future, opening up the f-file. Sounds like a nightmare I had once. You can't do it yet because the queen's on b8. She's overprotecting that square. But maybe g5 opens up the f-file. No. Hikaru wants more than that. He wants space.
Well, speaking of g5, Black played it, and Hikaru might want space, but Jan wants those dark squares. If these bishops get traded and that pony gets to e5, that looks like a nice blockade, but not so fast because at some point, White can even throw that pawn forward with f6 just to open up the file.
It's funny, computers didn't like how either player handled those pawn moves on that side of the board, but it doesn't matter now because bishop takes e4 does that just allow knight takes and queen e3? I feel like that knight is running out of squares.
I think there's bishop g7, king g7, queen d4, and the queen is hanging,
Oh.
but so is the black queen.
Oh, Jan sees that. He shakes his head. That's a frustrating blunder. He's going down a piece, and if he knows he's going down a piece, he might want to resign. Again, now we're in meta mode. You have to think about the total time on the clock, 23 minutes. Don't play a game where you're going to lose longer than you need to.
Yeah, I would just try to see how many pawns he gets, because right now he only has one. He had two a second ago. But if he could pick up one of these pawns, especially the b3 pawn, I would say he still has a chance because he controls those dark squares. So it's not hopeless for Jan Nepomniachtchi to survive this game.
Okay, that's fair. And it's early in the bullet. No reason to panic just yet. Hikaru has to show how he's going to use that extra piece before Jan would ever even need to panic. Unless we're at the disco. Panic at the Disco. Shout out, right? I mean, Into the Unknown, maybe the best cover ever of a Disney movie.
That song was awesome. I remember seeing it in theaters and going crazy, but this feels like I'm at the theaters. This chess is like cinema, and right now, Hikaru has the upper hand, clearly up a piece, but he's not making any progress, and at some point, Jan, and he does it, he plays h5, f5 is loose. So I feel like if anyone has sort of gained something in the last bunch of moves, it's been Jan Nepomniachtchi.
I completely agree. And again, white is up a piece, but it's not doing much over there. Now Hikaru gets out of the way so that the b pawn can push, and that actually looks like a pretty good idea.
Don't go king d4, because e5 check, and you get mated.
Okay. Wow. He just backs up into the checks?
Wait, why didn't you give him a check? Jan didn't give a check when he could have. Instead, he just sort of paused, and there's no draw because after the king goes to the first rank, the rook slides and blocks the checks.
Guys, it's just like such a risky way to play this position if you're Hikaru, but he's getting away with it. And he's defending everything.
Such a nice move. The f7 pawn was hanging two different ways, but he just wants that pawn, the b pawn, to get to the other side. And, well, Jan has some pawns that he wants to use, but I'm sorry, a queen is landing.
Wow. Okay, well, that's why they're a lot better at bullet chess than I will ever be in many lifetimes to come, because that was crazy to see the level of accuracy played with seconds on the clock. Hikaru Nakamura, his first lead in the match?
I think that's correct. Yes, because he lost game one, won game two, and then Jan started going on a bit of a tear. So you are correct. First lead of the match for Hikaru, and Danny, you must be happy because we're seeing a scotch.
There you go. Jan Nepomniachtchi always played openings after my own heart, but I don't play the scotch as well as Jan does. I tend to get my queen trapped on h1. Shout out to the chess bros. I'll never forget it. I'm angry now. That was frustrating. All right, but Jan Nepomniachtchi knows how to play the scotch. We'll see if he can level the score against Hikaru in bullet.
Well, this, for a moment there, looked very risky for black, but now the king is castled. I would say white's king is in more potential danger with the rook on the a file, but you look at the pawn structure, now it's kind of evened out, both sides with a relatively healthy structure. The position, to my eyes, Danny, it looks like white might be slightly better because his f6 pawn is weak, but with so many pieces on the board, there could be danger for both sides.
Agreed. And one of the things that's always interesting in these Scotch Mises variation endgames is because the kings are on opposite sides of the board, is when you get an endgame, sometimes one side's king can just be way more useful and active. I was saying that because I thought it might become a storyline. Maybe Jan was going to find a way to activate the king into the center. It didn't happen. He had to back up instead. And now I think it's just going to be equal. That king is, maybe that king is actually getting himself in trouble now.
Although with the rook trade, look whose pawns are worse. White has one pawn island. Black has three isolated pawns. So we've seen this story before, haven't we, Danny, where there's been even pawns to start with, then one side picks up one, and the endgame isn't so easy. This endgame, on the other hand, even if you drop d5 with those pawns on the same side of the board, it shouldn't be too difficult.
It shouldn't be, but it's bullet, right? Jan's going to push, as he should. You'd love to level the score in this one. Grind out a rook ending against Hikaru. He's already won a rook ending. He shouldn't have won today.
Ooh. King on f5.
Pushing.
You need to get your rook to the 6th rank. Oh, wow, that's a big move from Hikaru because you're trying to get a pass pawn, put your rook behind it, and hope that white is too tunneled on playing for a win.
Yeah, and also was well-timed because you were talking about white needing a rook on the 6th rank, right? And Hikaru said, nope, no thank you. We're going to trade rooks so you don't get rook e6.
Okay, but he just gave up his d4 pawn very quickly. You can't take it with the king, so this might be the draw that Hikaru has scoped out, but not so fast. Jan says, what draw? I might win a pawn.
Rook d3, king e4 is next. I guess rook g8 is kind of key. It's no, not anymore. You put the king on g7. So what's going on here? Ooh, f5. What a drawing move.
That's so good. That is just, in other positions, you might have some trouble, if you get squeezed a little bit. But Jan's still trying really hard here. He wants to bring his king back and get his rook active. But Denny, we've seen an endgame just like this. Once one of these f-pawns falls, we have history to look at, and there was a draw.
I thought Hikaru would have played rook e8 check there instead of this, but Hikaru knows better in terms of where that rook needs to be active, and this looks like it's working well. Yeah.
If you're Jan, Denny, force the draw. Don't play this out. There's no winning chance, right? For the match clock, just make a draw ASAP.
He's kind of doing that now. Obviously, he's playing quickly, not offering the draw, but it will be a draw. Jan's not going to waste any unnecessary time. One final trick for the kids. Gotta love it. Shout out to Danya. It feels like something nasty.
No, but don't take the pawn if you're Hikaru. Now you can take it and just play this out.
But it's only a one-game lead at this point. It feels unnecessary to me. Like, I'm not Hikaru Nakamura. I can't time travel. Hikaru can. But I think that with one game, I don't know that this really matters.
I just feel like with that lead, right, you burn as much time as possible, because even if you get in a scenario where things might go a little out of hand, like Jan just doesn't have enough time. And he has, of course, plenty of time to equalize this match, win this match. But I think that Hikaru is doing the right thing when you have the lead. The fewer games remaining, the better.
Am I the only one who gets anxiety when they're doing this? Because I'm like a second away from a mouse slip. Someone blunders the rook. I fall out of my chair. I'm just like, take the draw, please.
What's the record number of moves in an SCC game? This isn't getting there, but I wonder what the answer is.
I feel like it was a Hikaru Magnus game where something similar happened. I feel like you and I had the call one time when Magnus was, or Hikaru was milking the clock. Something was going on, and they had like that bishop ending with the kings moving all across the board. You remember that?
Yes, I do. I have a question. Does Hikaru, has he been counting the 50 move rule? Because he paused right now. So, does he know where the 50 moves are up?
Okay. Longest game. Shout out to the team who just crushes it on the stats when we ask. 204 moves. Nakamura Caruana in 2023 is the longest ever SCC game. This one did not come close, and it was not the Carlsen game we remember.
No, but that game was a draw. That's good news for Hikaru, bad news for Jan. And we're going back to the Sicilian that has previously looked pretty good for Jan Nepomniachtchi and the black pieces. Danny, do you think that Hikaru is just trying to get a drier Sicilian so Jan can't get those tactical positions we know he loves?
Yeah, that's an interesting point, right? By drier Sicilian, Robert kind of referring to avoiding the castles long, English attack, Yugoslav attack type of Sicilians. Hikaru is just going to play castle short, classical Karpovian Sicilian. I love the Marco hop structure there. You put a knight on d5, which means if black ever takes on d5, you take with the e-pawn, and you've got tactics against e7. So this is just good solid white side of the Sicilian from Hikaru.
And that's a great move from Jan Nepomniachtchi, by the way. e5 is a difficult one in most Sicilians because you give away this all-important d5 square. But here, there's no knight to get there. So I think that was well-timed by Jan, very necessary. And Hikaru is doing his best to cover that d5 square. And Jan just blundered a pawn. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, wait, or worse, that knight is getting trapped. And the knight will come to e3 next.
It's not the end of the world, but clearly not good for black.
Yeah. It's weird because the knight may be out of play, but there's no real way to trap it. So Hikaru going to try to just do the other thing you do when someone's piece is sidelined, which is you attack a different area of the board, and that knight is helpless.
Okay, but f4 played, and he's just trying to expand. Maybe f5, which will win an exchange at the very least. So Jan felt compelled to take it. Knight d5 intermezzo. That is an all-star move.
All-star move from Hikaru Nakamura. That knight still not playing. Although, okay, Jan getting some compensation potentially. d6 is going to fall, though. You highlight the square, and Hikaru says, no, Robert. That knight's not getting out.
And then e5, the rook on c6 was loose. His whole point was to get his knight back to b5. But Hikaru just continues to play this like a monster. But the knight is free. And now comes the d4.
The knight is free, which means it's not over yet. Yeah, there's a fork there. So Hikaru has breathed some life into Jan's position here. Yeah, mating nets are a problem, but here comes the c-pawn.
C-pawn, rook a2 check. I mean, that's really not clear, as the white king can also find itself in some danger.
Yeah, you couldn't play rook c2, by the way, because there was a fork on e3. So Hikaru is on the defensive a little bit. Jan doesn't have a lot of time, though, and the c-pawn is coming. Here we go.
Oh, that's a repetition if he doesn't take the knight, but he does, and that's good knight.
Wow. Hikaru with the timely defensive exchange sack grabs a 2-game lead. Jan Nepomniachtchi doesn't need to see any more of it because he knows he only has 12 minutes to keep things close.
And Jan goes to center game, right? This little kind of Scandinavian style position almost. But we see the queen go to h3. I don't even know what's happening here, Danny, but Jan, he's moving instantly every turn. Do you like the opening choice?
I do not, despite the edge on the clock. I don't know what's going on, but no, I'm kidding. I actually love it. Kings are on opposite sides of the board. White has chances to win. That's what you have to do when you're down 2 games, right? I don't know what you do to keep the queens on the board now. Okay, queen g3. But this is what you have to do if you're Jan. You have to get dynamic, crazy attacking chances to get some victories.
Can you take on g6 twice? The knight takes on queen g6 with 97
Oh,
check.
I love it. Maybe could have done it. I'm not sure what happens in that endgame, though, because White still has the isolated e4 pawn, so he doesn't do it.
Instead, he goes into this e5. Okay, we have some problems for the black king. It's going to be a position with equal material, Danny, but we know when kings are on opposite sides of the board, the king that is safer, usually that means that side has an advantage.
Yeah. So Jan still with some pressure here, which is why I like this approach with kings on opposite sides of the board, but not a lot of pieces to generate mating chances.
Is Hikaru moving a little bit too quickly? I mean, he has almost a full minute on the clock.
Well, I mean, if he goes wrong, the answer is yes, I guess. He's moving too quickly if this goes wrong. That's for sure.
I mean, he's holding on very nicely for the moment, but it looks scary, and yet he's not taking time. It's amazing what he's capable of without actually using the clock allotment that he has.
Yeah, but White's better, and he has to be careful. If there's tactics with rook d7 at some point.
Rook e4.
Wait. Jan just blundered rook e4?
He did. And that's game.
Jan Nepomniachtchi blundered rook e4. And that's game. Ditto.
Just unreal what Hikaru is capable of, because he's not having his best match. Also, this game looked very pleasant for White, but Hikaru just kept moving instantly, and that's put Jan Nepomniachtchi in time trouble, and now he's in down a rook, or a queen for a rook.
Hikaru just beat a 2-time candidates winner with more than 50 seconds on the clock to his 10 seconds, and Jan Nepomniachtchi resigns because he recognizes the match strategy. By the way, that position, everybody, was forced mate for black with queen c4 check and rook f1 coming. So Jan Nepomniachtchi doesn't let Hikaru mug the clock. But like, Robert, I'm trying to process what just happened there, right? Hikaru just dominated that game. This is why the bullet portion is a problem for anyone who goes up against him.
Yeah, we talk about this all the time, that the Hikaru Nakamura bullet school of chess is that a perfect move, the best move played slowly, is worse than a good move played quickly. And he just had so much time. Jan was forced to rush and couldn't find all the best moves. And in this position, okay, it looks solid for black, Danny. We see the eval bar. The engines say it's approximately level, but you don't want equal games if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi, especially games that can last a long time.
Yeah, this is the kind of game that could take a lot of time off the clock, plus Hikaru is better. So he's thinking, he's using his time, he's being smart about the fact that he could play instantly, as he just proved to us in the last game, but maybe he doesn't need to.
And Jan doing the right thing there, swapping a pair of rooks, and he would love to keep this A-pawn, but he wasn't able to, and it's a position where you can play for 2 results if you're Hikaru, and he played keep away there, Danny. Knight to G1. That bishop is not going to touch the knight.
This is so painful to be on here because you almost think he should resign, right? I mean, I'm serious, right? Because what do you do in this spot? This game has gotten out of control. Hikaru's going to use his time, and
game.
And okay, unless he just converts quickly. But I was going to say, Hikaru could easily get another 3 or 4 minutes off the clock here.
And Jan has to resign. King f6 was 94, and now rook takes f7 check. Oof. Yeah, I think that for Jan, this one's over with.
Hikaru's taking his time because why should he be in a hurry if he's completely winning? Take more time off the clock. He'll probably get down to at least 30 seconds before he moves. I wish I had a snack.
Yeah, he's just going to keep it going, Denny. I mean, he's not going to move, and Jan should probably just resign because the position is dead lost. And the more time that comes off the clock, knight takes e6 is going to happen. 2 pawns down.
It's made in a couple for white, actually, over there. But yeah. Jan resigns, as he should, but unfortunately, a 4-game lead with less than 8 minutes to go is probably enough for Hikaru Nakamura.
I just don't even know what we're seeing here. It's some kind of King's Gambit where white is a pawn ahead, and I don't see the full compensation for it.
Yeah, the first bad opening, I guess, from Hikaru in bullet, or the first real advantage for Jan. He's got to get a win here. I mean, we're not trying to call it too soon here, but we always want to be honest about what we're seeing. I think mathematically, we're pretty much in must-win territory. I think we can say that. And even that might not be enough against Hikaru. So you got to start right here with a victory.
Yeah, he needs 3 wins in a row, does Jan, and then to have just 1 second remaining on the match clock to get that next game in. And this is a position where most of the pieces have come off the board, Danny. More pieces are about to get traded. The knight c5 captured for the knight in f3, and apparently there was a win for black. Bishop e2 was a skewer with that rook sitting on d3.
Huh. Okay, so Hikaru misses the win for black, but he gets himself a knight ending that he shouldn't necessarily lose. And even if this is just a draw, and looks like Hikaru is going to grab that pawn, but even if it's just a draw and 2 more minutes come off the clock, we are almost buying Hikaru Nakamura's ticket to Paris.
Yeah, this one is done because it's the score, 4-point spread, and then this position where black is up a pawn, and you can make moves like h5. Oh, he wants g4, knight takes g4.
That's a fork. That is a baby fork, as they say. Love it when a baby forks with a pawn. I don't know how that worked out. Baby fork.
Yeah, I don't even know how to respond to that.
By the way, the threat there was knight g4 check, I think.
Oh, this is just hard. You know, the match was so close, so it's almost like hard to accept what has happened since then.
Yep.
But it's been all Hikaru, so credit to him.
Yeah, we literally entered bullet 8-8. Anyone just tuning in missed the closest part of the match in the 5-1 to 3-1 segment because Hikaru Nakamura has won every game in bullets so far, I think. Have we drawn one? I forget.
They had 1 draw.
Okay, they had 1 draw.
This is just... They had that really long rook versus rook game that took forever.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, now the c-pawn might run. That's the problem. Okay, if you go for the other pawns... Okay, Hikaru just calculated whether he could play b5 maybe, but plays a5, and that knight has no ability to attack the b6 pawn.
And it can't get back in time is the problem in most of these positions. So here comes the c-pawn, here comes the avenue to b4, and there goes the pawn in the game, and Hikaru wins, and that means he's officially won the match.
Less than 5 minutes to go with a 5-game lead is mathematically impossible, even if Hikaru let the time run off his clock. So, clip it and ship it, as they say. Hikaru Nakamura joins Magnus Carlsen, Hans Niemann, Alireza Firouzja in Paris. What an event that is going to be. Can you? Okay, Robert, we're switching to preview time. You and I are going to be in Paris in 3 weeks. I know Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann is what everyone wants to see for all the right and wrong reasons. The drama and the whatever. Are you not just as excited for Hikaru Nakamura versus Alireza Firouzja?
Oh, honestly, I'm more excited for that one. Like, to me, it's not even close which match is more exciting. It's not that Hans, he's playing so well, right? He is really in top shape. Even how he's playing against a niche in classical chess, it seems like he's finding some great form. But Magnus, he's Magnus Carlsen, way more experienced. I would say the difference between them is just a bit greater, even as well as Hans is playing. So Alireza versus Hikaru, on the other hand, feels like more of a toss-up because Hikaru
Yeah.
has been the speed chess champion 5 times. He's won the bullet chess champion 4 times. But Alireza this year, he won the BCC. He beat Magnus twice in a day, 2 matches in rapid chess in the Champions Chess Tour to already stamp his ticket to the season end final. So I just feel like that one has more toss-up potential, even if the other matchup is awesome. And of course, people are focusing for the drama. They love all that stuff. I don't. But I think that the other matchup also promises excitement based on the chess.
No, I think you said it. And obviously Magnus Carlsen's quote is now being posted around the internet because it's probably true. I mean, look, Magnus Carlsen top form, still a heavy favorite against Hans Niemann, no matter, I mean, Hans is playing great, but Magnus is Magnus. You look at Firouzja and Nakamura and how well Alireza has played since the candidates, and that's going to be wild. So Paris will be awesome.
It will for sure. And for Jan Nepomniachtchi, it's going to be another SCC where he's fallen just short. His record overall will drop to 5-7. You know, he's not going to make the semis here, but you get the feeling that Jan has what it takes, right, to take down one of these giants. I mean, the final score here will look quite lopsided, right? Like it's about to be 14.5 to 8.5, but we entered this 8-8, and at one point Jan had a 3-point lead, Danny, but then he lost several games in a row. Hikaru just found his form, and when that happens, well, good luck to anybody.
Yeah. Yep, it was pretty sure how we opened the bullet segment. As I said, Jan seems primed. He seems focused. You could tell he wanted it, and he's played great. But you're playing Hikaru and bullet, so good luck. And that's kind of what happened here. It's hard to beat Nakamura when the clocks get faster. Hikaru taking his time here, just really clinching it. At this point, it's irrelevant. We may or may not even get another game, depending on how long this goes. We will get another one. This will likely be our final game of our final quarterfinal match. We now know who will be in Paris, and we will have interviews, of course, at the end of this. So hope everyone sticks around for that. And we'll roll the dice again in regards to who gets to do the interview, Robert. Maybe we'll flip a coin.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru is probably going to be pretty happy, but we know how Hikaru is, and you're the best Hikaru facial expression reader out there. But it's like one of those, oh, you just won a match by what's going to be perhaps 7 points. Yeah, but I played terribly. Like, I couldn't do anything right. And then, I just got lucky. Jan let me back in it. Never really just expressing how well he played in some portions, right?
Yeah. These guys tend to do that. Focus on what they did wrong most of the time. We may have an interview with Jan Nepomniachtchi as well. We'll see if Jan wants to hang out and talk. He played a great match today. Obviously, Hikaru is the bullet beast in the SCC. But we'll see if we can catch up with Jan too.
Yeah, that would be great indeed. And this position is looking great for Jan, but unfortunately, it's too little too late in the bullet portion. He's got an attack going. The Black King is in the line of this rook over here. There's going to be a capture on b5, or no, another excellent bullet move from Hikaru.
Keeping it under control, I guess, not letting Jan Nepomniachtchi mate him that quickly. We always say that the last game in the SCC tends to go the way of the person who's losing the match. Maybe a little bit of lack of focus or other things, but yeah, Hikaru trying not to make it be so. But no, maybe he's going to throw in the towel here.
Yeah, the timer is up for the match overall, so this is the final game, and well, what a final position we're about to get. The Black King is just hunted. Oh my goodness, is Hikaru somehow going to save this?
The d5 bishop will fall. I don't see a mate for white.
Unbelievable. Seriously unbelievable.
Well, it's not over yet, but yeah, this is...
So what Black needs to do is sacrifice 100% of his pieces. Stalemate.
Yeah, stalemate. I love that.
Oh my goodness. I mean,
Hikaru is somehow holding this game right now. Speechless.
This is truly ridiculous. Okay, so White has one rook out there in the open, going for an attack. There's no stalemate, though. You're too many pieces left. Otherwise, you could do the renegade rooks.
Yeah.
I think Danny might go for some kind of rook takes bishop if he can, and then try to get at these 2 pawns.
Jan taking advantage of the stalemate, though. By the way, I think just doubling rooks on the c file was made on c8.
Good call.
Jan didn't see it. It was, but not anymore. And now Hikaru's getting out, or is he?
Bishop f2 at the end, winning the rook, and then the h-pawn is still left on the board.
Jan tried to sack the rook for the bishop and queen the h-pawn. Hikaru didn't let it be that easy, but I think Jan will go on to win the last game of this match. Hikaru resigns, but he does get the job done. Ultimately, Mr. Nakamura, with a score of 14.5 to 9.5, will head to Paris for the Speed Chess Championship. And yeah, tough day for Jan Nepomniachtchi, who made this a great match, Hikaru. But why do I keep saying calling you Hikaru? I'm sorry, Robert. He made it a tough match against Hikaru, but it wasn't enough, Robert.
Well, I can only wish my chess were at the level of Hikaru's, because even on a bad day at the start for Hikaru Nakamura, look at 5.5, 2.5, and the 3+1, and then 6.5 to 1.5. Look at those last 2 sections, +3 and then +5, a total of 8 games extra in Hikaru's favor, and that's why you see his face in the semifinals.
There you have it. Carlsen, Niemann, Nakamura, Firouzja. That will be your 2024 semifinal matchups. Remember that in Paris, we're also going to have a consolation match on Saturday. So that's a lot of fun. Regardless of who loses, upsets or not, we're going to get extra chess from those 4 guys. And that has us all salivating. Robert, I guess we'll talk to the guys. I wonder if this is a little bit of how Hikaru drew it up. Keep it close, trust myself and bullet, or whether he's unhappy with his play. But either way, we're going to unpack all of this in the final moments of what was the final quarterfinal for the Speed Chess Championship here in 2024. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
How fast are the fastest chess players in the world? Bullet chess is a wildly popular format, with hundreds of thousands of games played daily on Chess.com. Players have a total of just 1 minute to play all of their moves. Hikaru Nakamura has the highest bullet chess rating ever achieved on the platform and is a 4-time bullet chess champion. On average, he spends just 0.8 of a second on a move, one of the fastest cadences in the world, all while playing better quality moves than most of us can with hours on the clock. Despite his fast speed, Hikaru rarely pre-moves, doing so only 15% of the time overall, and 36% of the time when under 20 seconds. Daniel Naroditsky has more bullet games than any other titled player on Chess.com, a mind-boggling 141,000 games. He takes just 1/100th of a second more than Hikaru overall, but when in a time scramble, he's pre-moving almost 10% more. While bullet chess is fast, hyperbullet is even faster. Players just have 30 seconds total for the game. Andrew Tang, generally considered the fastest mouse in chess, just won Chess.com's first ever Hyperbullet Championship. He's actually slightly slower overall than other top players, with an average move time of 0.9 of a second. But in a time scramble, his anticipation is unreal, as he pre-moves more than half of his moves. If you want to be a bullet chess legend, you are going to have to be a master of split-second decisions. Good moves are great, but what matters is often how fast you can get them on the board.
This summer, Paris, France is set to hold the greatest sports spectacle the world has ever seen. And no, I'm not talking about the Olympics, though that's pretty cool too, I guess. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. In the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, 16 of the world's greatest speed chess superstars take up the gauntlet. Only 4 will make it to Paris. For the first time ever, you are invited into the battleground. Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets. Hurry before the clock runs out.
We are back with more from the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, and we are now joined by the last man who punches his ticket for Paris. Hikaru Nakamura gets it done against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Hikaru, similar to our first question to Magnus, which was the most important one, why did you change your shirt at the break?
No real reason behind it, but of course I was aware that Magnus did that yesterday. I think he changed his shirt, 3 times or something? So I wasn't playing great, and it kind of just made sense. Change it up, do something differently. That's the reason I did it.
Okay, well, it worked out. You started the 3-1 portion on a big comeback, but let's go back through the match here. Obviously, Jan played great, or at least scored his best in 5-1. How did you feel it was going? There were a lot of back and forth games, and what was your mindset going into 3-1 when you found your rhythm and managed to tie the score?
Yeah, I mean, I think the 5+1, basically, my biggest enemy was time. When I had too much time to think, all my decisions were wrong. I mean, there was that stretch where I think I lost 3 games in a row in the 5+1, and I was winning at least 2 of them. I mean, this game with Black in the Spanish, where I had the knights on F4 and E2, was just, I mean, absolutely horrible to lose that game. Also, because I had a repetition as well before I blundered with King F5. So, I mean, I was kind of unhappy with the result, but overall, I got some winning positions. It's just that I turned the winning positions into losses. So the main thing was just trying to stay steady. And, you know, I struggled with this throughout the match, but since I've played the SCC so many years now in a row, I always know that with the exception of probably 2 players in the SCC, I can rely on just dominating in bullet. And I struggled, like, during this match, I mean, a lot with the situation where there were a couple of games that I should have just, like, played simply and made some draws and just gotten it closer to bullet. But, you know, the 3+1 was really the big moment, because I won a couple of games there to get the score close. And I mean, I never really felt like I was in danger after I got on that winning streak in the 3+1.
It's good to know. Magnus, yesterday in his interview, I'm not sure if you saw this, he said you were a 95% favorite versus 5% favorite against Jan today, which that's a big number to say. But then you just commented, you know, other than a couple players, you do feel very confident in the bullet. Did you ever feel nervous today? Was there a moment maybe in this game with the bishop F5, knight H4, and you had to go back? Were you ever like, okay, like, this is getting away from me, or did you feel in control the whole time?
Well, I mean, it never got to bigger than 3, and I don't know historically what the biggest deficit I've had. Probably against Magnus when I played the SCC from the auditorium in South Africa. I think it was 2018. Maybe there was a bigger deficit in that one, but overall, it never got beyond 3. And I think against MVL last year, at some point, I was down by 3 points as well early in the match. I think against Duda, like, I forget what year it was. I think I was also down 3 points at some moments. So I wasn't really ever that concerned, but mainly I was just disappointed in how poorly I felt like I was playing, because in the 5+1, there were 2 games in a row where I turned a winning position into a loss. But the main thing was just you have to stay steady and not tilt too far. And luckily for me, there's always this bullet portion at the end.
Yeah. Well, on that note, I'm going to go back to what I said too quickly, apparently, at the start. What did you think of Magnus's comments about you being a 95% favorite?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I forgot to answer that question. I don't think he's wrong from the standpoint that, as I said before, with the exception of Magnus and Alireza, I don't feel that there's anybody else historically in the SEC who can keep up with me in bullets. So it makes sense that Magnus said that, because I'd have to be way down going into the bullet in order to lose the match if we're being objective. So I wasn't too surprised by what Magnus said.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about Paris. This is the first time we've done a live event for the SCC finals. You've played in every single finals that has ever occurred for the Speed Chess Championship. Are you looking forward to it? Obviously, there's going to be live fans. There's going to be a lot of eyeballs. There will be a lot of drama and a lot of stuff going on. So what are your thoughts about going to Paris? And does that change anything for you?
Well, I mean, it's disappointing to have to travel halfway around the world. Obviously, going from California to Paris is a very long flight, and Paris is the weather's not as good. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not thrilled to have to travel, but obviously to make the semifinals and the finals potentially is quite nice. So it'll be fun to play against Alireza in the semis, and kind of we'll see what happens.
The live fan interaction, as far as, obviously, I guess maybe I'll ask you this question once it's over, but do you have any thoughts about that, given that it's not something that has happened very often in chess? And have you put any thought into how that might, change the vibe at all?
Which answer do you want?
I want the honest answer always, man.
I mean, the honest answer is that I'm a streamer and I like streaming, as opposed to having a live audience. If I'm being truthful, so
Yeah.
it'll be a little bit weird. That being said, I think we look at the future of chess and where the game can potentially go. If there's any hope to make the game bigger, or in terms of it being an esport, you have to get a large live audience. So hopefully the fans will be loud and it won't be proper chess. That's what I'm saying. Hopefully the fans will be cheering and acting like it's a soccer match or a football match, I should say, rather than being a boring game like chess. So hopefully you guys change the rules and people are like making noise and it actually feels like a sport for a change.
Well, I love that because that is the plan, and we're always nervous about how the players will react to that. But of course, couldn't agree more that may be the thing.
I assume we put headphones on, right? And everybody's loud, and it's okay.
We're gonna have headphones and white noise and earplugs, and I think we have Lo-Fi Girl as the official music sponsor. There'll be like playlists and things. So anyway, approved. So there's no hidden messages of any kind. So, do you listen to Lo-Fi Girl at all?
No, I've got my own playlist. I don't even know what that is. Sorry, I don't.
Okay, it's a YouTube channel with chill beats. I mean, I don't know. It's good stuff.
I mean, if I'm gonna listen to something, I'll probably listen to my classic Spotify playlist that I listen to when I'm streaming, or maybe some sort of techno or trance, perhaps something like that.
Okay, nice. Let's talk a little bit about your opponent. You're facing Alireza. This is a guy who's been phenomenal since really the candidates, right? He's playing great chess right now. Won one of the legs of the CCT, won the Bullet Chess Championship, and you and Magnus have both talked about that guy as being kind of the future in some ways, right? When he's on form. So you have your work cut out for him, but what do you do going into a match preparing for a guy like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be really exciting to play Alireza because, as I've said probably 10 times already, he is the one player who I think is at the same level as Magnus and myself in Bullet. So it's not a situation where I can play a bunch of kind of chill and relaxed games, get behind by 2 or 3 points, and then expect to turn around in the Bullet. So I'll have to be very sharp in the 5+1 and 3+1. I think the main thing is that when I get low on time, I'll have to make much better decisions than I did today, because even though I had good positions, when I was down to maybe 10 seconds or around that moment in the 5+1 today, I lost every time. So that's the main thing I'll have to change. But Alireza, obviously, he's still a very strong player. And I mean, I would say it's probably 50-50.
You think you have the tougher side of the bracket compared to Magnus?
Okay, so here comes the troll question. I think that anything can happen, obviously. Objectively, it's harder, I would say, simply because I don't have that edge in Bullet. That's the big thing that I don't have. Whereas I think Magnus, even if he doesn't play great, going to Bullet, I expect him to dominate Hans. So yeah, it's a much harder match for me from that standpoint, but it is, of course, a Speed Chess Championship, and expecting to have easy matches or win easily, I mean, that's not how chess or frankly any competitive sport goes.
Yep. Okay. Well, I wouldn't be doing my job as an interviewer, regardless of any bias accusations I get, without asking you your thoughts on Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann rematch, given all the drama and the fact that they haven't played since the Sinkfield Cup.
I mean, I think what I would say about the match is that Magnus is a massive favorite. In this format, he much like I've had throughout the SCC, has a very big advantage in the Bullet portion. And if Magnus plays well in the 5-1 and 3-1, it's very hard to see a world where Hans will be able to win that match. I mean, that's just being honest. I think it's probably 95% chance that Magnus wins that match. I expect Magnus to be very motivated and bring his A game. I really do. So that's my view of it. I could be wrong, obviously, but it's really hard to see. It's hard to see it just because I feel like every little advantage is in Magnus's favor.
Makes sense. There you go. Got our prediction from you there, and we've got a couple of questions from chat I want to ask. I guess I just asked the percentage question from Gordon Furman question about the percentage Hikaru gives Magnus Hans. So I
think I've said this now. I think for the last 3 or 4 years I've said this, but basically I felt in my matches, if I get to the Bullet portion, the 1 minute where I'm not down by three points or more, I'm going to win. I really feel like I'm like 99% chance to win. And I think I would say the same for Magnus against Hans. If Hans does not play really well in the 5-1 and 3-1, I just don't see any world, because Magnus is just that good at Bullet. I mean, obviously just that good at chess in general. If Hans, I mean, that's why I don't know if you say 95-5, but if he gets that point, it's 99%. And otherwise, it's probably like 60-40. So I'm not a mathematician or a statistician, obviously. So I would say if Hans can build like a 3-point lead going to Bullet, he's probably got a 60-65% chance to win. If he's up by one or Magnus, he's up by one, it's even or Magnus is ahead. I think it's 99% chance that Magnus wins.
Okay, well, I think it's a fair answer, honest answer. You gave your percentage prediction. I'm just reading chat over here. We got a question about the shirt because you changed your shirt. What is your favorite shirt? Is it the pineapple one, and will you wear it against Alireza?
I mean, I don't have the pineapple shirt here. That shirt I think is back in Florida, so I'm not going to Florida before I go to Paris. So very unlikely that that I'll wear that shirt there. I think, you know, from a historical standpoint, it's probably my favorite. I mean, there were some great moments during the pandemic with the Force streams, the XQC streams, and all, and you know, the glory days in some ways. So I really do like that shirt. I think the shirt I wore today was probably my personal favorite before this one, except I lost a bunch of games. So yeah, I think the played that I had earlier is probably my personal favorite.
Well, what do you do with a shirt like that after you lose games? Like, take us into the world of the chess player. Like, is it getting burned? Is there a ritual, or are you just not going to wear it for a while?
I mean, I'll probably forget about it after today, and I'll wear it again tomorrow or in a couple of days. I'm not as superstitious as I once was. I know when I was younger, I used to always wear the same shirt over and over again. When I was doing well in tournaments, there were some other players like Rajabov, for example, who would do it. But I'm not super crazy about that anymore. So I'll probably forget about it tonight, and then in a couple days I'll wear it again, and it won't be on my mind.
All right, the wisdom of experience. All right, Hikaru, before we let you go, your next experience is going to be competing in the GCT in St. Louis before the Speed Chess Championship. Good luck in that, and how are you feeling about your form going into St. Louis?
I mean, hard to judge. Based on today, I don't feel very good, simply because when you play rapid chess, it's a lot like playing the 5+1 today, where you have to use your time at the right moments, but then when you get low on time, you have to make very good decisions. And if I don't make the good decisions at critical moments, it'll be pretty ugly. So I don't feel great about it, but hopefully I'll be able to play myself into form. And yeah, you never know what will happen.
All right. Well, we wish you the best of luck, man. It's good to see you, and safe travels. I guess I'll see you again in Paris, and congratulations again. And here we go. Good luck.
Thank you. See you guys. Bye.
See you. All right. Well, that was Hikaru in a good-looking shirt, I think. I think the pink shirt looks good. And that was the guy who joins the other three players in the semifinals in Paris, taking on Alireza Firouzja. And I don't know that you could have scripted it better, I guess, in terms of matchups people wanted. I mean, I'm not rooting or biased in any way in this regard. Honestly, it's just fun to see the best chess played. But I think if we were to circle names at the start, you kind of look at the drama on the left and the epic battle on the right, knowing that a final between likely, I guess, a Magnus versus one of those two players would be incredible. But of course, Hans Niemann has a lot to say about that, and you know that he will have a lot to say about that. So, Robert, interview with Hikaru done. Your thoughts on any of the takeaways there that he gave us?
Yeah, I thought he was quite honest. I also thought that the part where he's like, I didn't tilt too hard. So he kind of acknowledged that he was feeling a bit of tilt. And that one game that you asked him about where he went bishop f5 back to d3, I think that was game 7, which he ultimately won, well, down 4.5 to 1.5. I mean, that could have helped Jan, propelled him to the semifinals if he was actually able to gain the upper hand there. So Hikaru Nakamura, he's always a force to be reckoned with. He's also always very honest. I thought that what he said about the upcoming semifinals matchups, where he doesn't have the ability to just outplay his opponent in the bullet like he assumes he can in most matches, not against Magnus. I mean, Alireza Firouzja is an absolute beast. He won the Bullet Chess Championship, and that, as I said earlier, should be a toss-up, whereas the other match, of course, Magnus is the favorite, but Hans, as you said, he will have something to say, and I think it's interesting to see two players born in the 2000s take on the older guard, who's still number 1 and 2 in classical chess in Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura.
It's so weird to call Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura the old guard in chess at this point, but that makes me feel even older, but it's the truth, I guess. At the same time, another reason you couldn't have, hoped for it to be any better. You have world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, and the future players there with Hans Niemann and Alireza Firouzja. So I'm going to ask this knowing the answer's got to be yes, but how much are you looking forward to Paris? This is going to be epic. First time we've had live fans there, and Give us a call out of what you're most looking forward to there.
I think just the matches. I know that's, for me, the easy answer because I tend not to focus on the drama and those storylines. I think they're important. I think that people, of course, want to see Hans versus Magnus. That's, I'm sure, what everyone is voting for, including people who don't really follow chess. But I think that what happens over the board will be electric. It's in person. They're going to be sitting across from one another. And, those matchups, both of them, they're quite mouth-watering. I mean, they're just such great matchups in different ways and players with different styles. And I think that everyone is lucky that we have this live semis and finals in Paris.
Couldn't agree more. I cannot wait. Also can't wait for the break that the team gets now. A few weeks, everyone gets to gather themselves before it's time for chess in Paris. Levy Rosman will be joining us there. Danya Naroditsky will be back. Robert and I, as well as James Canty, and a lot of other people will be there on site for all kinds of awesome activities. So no more shouts will be made for tickets. I'm sure it'll be sold out within the next few days. We sold a bunch more tickets today. So join us if you want to, fans. Otherwise, tune in then. The Speed Chess Championship is going to be taking a break for the next few weeks. So for my amazing partner, Grandmaster Robert Hess, the production team, our mods, every volunteer, and every staff member who makes this stuff happen, and of course to the fans, your support brings the chess. So it's like a symbiotic relationship. The support, the chess, we're all in this together. Thank you so much for tuning in. The Speed Chess Championship will continue with the semifinals in Paris on September 6th, and we'll see you there.
There's something even more.
Rook D8 and Queen H2.
Oh no, I thought Knight F2. Knight F2 is. Oh, he missed Rook E4 as well. Wow, what a defense. Rook E4 is great.
If he takes on E4 and there was Bishop takes E6, he's gone Rook G3. Duda takes anyway. Rook E8.
Rook E8, 95.
And White's gonna win.
Amazing game.
I'm not saying anything until Hikaru actually resigns because I have seen everything. Queen H5. No. It's Queen H7, Queen F5. It's like it's still going.
A5.
Oh my.
Oh my god. Oh my god. How does he do this?
Rook B3, Rook B2.
Rook B2, don't blunder mate. Oh my gosh. And he's blundered his queen.
Oh, but he's lucky. He bound takes and Bishop F2. He's so lucky. It's incredible. Rook E7 is GG.
And it's the match.
Look at him. Look at him.
A brilliant find from Firouzja. He's unstoppable right now, Dunn.
It is over. Alireza Firouzja is going to play the Speed Chess Championship finals.
We're going to get Hans Niemann versus Magnus Carlsen. So I think everybody should get their popcorn ready because it's the matchup, Danny, that the whole world has been waiting for. 5 seconds for Hikaru. Oh my gosh,
he found it. Nepo finds Queen E4, and it wins a piece.
Oh, he found a mate. This is mate. And Hikaru's got 10 seconds. I don't care that there's an accident. Let's checkmate.
Knight F6 and Rook G7. It's mate. Oh my gosh. Hikaru allowed that game to slip away, or Jan Nepomniachtchi gets credit.
Bishop F8, Danny. That rook couldn't capture the bishop because the rook on E5 was loose.
Yeah, that's a lean back Hikaru. I know how to translate that one.
This is just a dream start for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Look at that.
Finds Bishop H7 check, and C5 hangs out with check. It's over.
Finally recognizes that he's going down here in this one. Puppy dog lips there.
Both the
pieces are hanging. Oh my gosh. Jan Nepomniachtchi getting out of the woods here, and Hikaru shaking his head like, how in the bleep did this happen?
Wow, and Jan is finding it. It's a Queen H3, Queen H5, Queen F5. It's mate, and Jan Nepomniachtchi wins the game. Whoa, and then he gives up the rook with check. Rook B6, there's still F4 ideas.
The fact that Hikaru found that is crazy to me. I'm like, you're walking into lines where that rook is hanging for multiple moves. Oh my gosh, what is happening here?
Jan's losing. Hikaru gets it done. The B pawn is too strong. It's over. Completely over. Jan Nepomniachtchi was winning in the endgame. Queen D5 was brilliant, but everything after that, Danny, went completely haywire for him.
Oh, Rook B3 is next, but it's actually not great according to the computer because the C6 pawn is too fast.
That's over, and Hikaru knows it, and Jan knows it as well.
Now Hikaru is pausing to think about how to repeat again. He does just go Rook B5. So you can't trade. He plays Rook G5. Oh my god, Hikaru's going to lose this rook ending.
I'm about to say you can't take E3 because Rook D8, and it's resignation. Jan wins.
I don't think Jan saw that. That was a blunder, and Jan shakes his head.
This is completely even. If the players know it, that means we're heading to bullet, tied 8-8, Danny. Jan didn't give a check when he could have. Instead, he just sort of paused and...
Wow.
What's the record number of moves in an SCC game? This isn't getting there, but I wonder what the answer is. Oh, that's a repetition if he doesn't take the knight, but he does, and that's good knight.
Wow. Jan just blundered rook e4?
He did. Yeah, I think that for Jan, this one's over with.
Hikaru's taking his time, because why should he be in a hurry if he's completely winning? We are almost buying Hikaru Nakamura's ticket to Paris.
And there goes the pawn in the game, and Hikaru wins, and that means he's officially won the match.
It's hard to beat Nakamura when the clocks get faster. And oh, now Hikaru's getting out, or is he?
Bishop f2 at the end, winning the rook, and then the h-pawn is still left on the board.
Hikaru didn't let it be that easy, but I think Jan will go on to win the last game of this match.